cluster. Order, honorable members. Members may press the talk button on their desks if they wish to ask supplementary questions. The first question has been asked by the Honorable Mackenzie to the Minister of Telecommunication and Postal Services. Honorable Minister. I'm informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering the questions on behalf of the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mackenzie. I was just double checking the question. With reference to the Minister's reply, I'm happy to inform the House that we have been reliably informed by SAPO that there are measures which have been taken. For instance, with regard to Echo Point Park lease agreement, it has been cancelled, and also the Minister, the SIU, and the Post Office have applied, launched an application to court so as to ensure that proper procedures are followed, and we are hoping that the matter will be resolved as soon as possible, but it's at the moment beyond our control. There was one member who was directly involved already. The asset forfeiture unit secured an attachment of property to the value of 2 million. But also with regard to other contracts, like the appointment of Cape Circle Management Consultant, where the SIU have recommended that some internal disciplinary hearings be taken. That work is going ahead. The CCMA is assisting SAPO, and we are awaiting a hearing date. Also, with regard to the appointment of multi-stel cells and Hlanganani Blick in respect of CCTV and access control systems, also that matter has been is being handled by the CCMA and the Commercial Crimes Court in Pretoria. And already we are aware that one of the companies who are affected, they have been blacklisted and they are not going to be able to do business immediately with SAPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you activate the clock, guys? I can't see. There are no names here. Mr. Mackenzie, in the meantime, supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for answering the question. One of the main reasons for the 2014 strike action that reduced the South African Post Office to a broken organization with a perennial begging bowl were allegations of corruption and mismanagement by senior management and directors of the South African Post Office. Rumors proved to be so by the Special Investigating Unit investigations. This action has led to billions of rands in bailouts ever since, with the entity forced to hold out a begging bowl. And every single rand government uses to bail out the South African Post Office is a rand that should be spent on delivering houses, schools, and hospitals to the poor and vulnerable. And we should be outraged by this. Yet, according to a presentation by the SIU to the Portfolio Committee yesterday, no arrests have been made, even though it is common cause that former SAPO directors have been fingered by the SIU investigation. It cannot be that directors of state-owned companies get away with a slap on the wrist. It was this Parliament that passed the Companies Act specifically to hold directors personally liable to the company for any loss incurred through knowingly carrying on the business of the company recklessly, with gross negligence, and with intent to defraud any person or for any fraudulent purpose. This Parliament's Companies Act allows the company to pursue a civil claim for loss and damages against the relevant directors. Will the Deputy Minister, now that the Minister is not here, give teeth to this legislation and use the Companies Act to charge these directors that the minister himself fired in 2014, in November, and recover the billions lost since then as a result of their misrule? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I think the honorable member is fully aware of ongoing investigations. The honorable member is making reference to institutions that are put in place by this government so as to ensure that such acts are not normalized, people are held accountable. Where there's a need for prosecution, then they are held accountable. I've made reference to the SIU work. As he has said, they reported yesterday, but also we ensured that all members of the board, they left the post office, and all those matters are being followed up with all the cases, as I've mentioned them, that are at court right now, and some are at the CCMA. So I just want to assure the House that there's no way in which we can start a process and then turn a blind eye. We are in court with many of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, on the flip side of the issues of the SIU and the report, what was evident was that there was a total breakdown of controls at the South African Post Office. And so whilst the new CEO has been appointed, it seems as if the problem of breakdown continues. So the question is, what is being done to ensure that, besides the bailouts, which the Post Office needs, what is being done, what other interventions, what other innovations is being put in place to rescue the Post Office so that we can, at the very least, ensure that it's afloat and to ensure that the controls which are needed in place in terms of adherence to the due process and regulations is followed. Because in the absence of instilling those controls, we're going to end up back in square one with another SIU report. So we need to actually close those gaps and patch those loopholes.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I suppose it's important to sometimes co-govern. What we are doing at the Post Office, we have ensured that we bring about stability by bringing a stable board of directors who have gone through scrutiny. But also from a management point of view, the Post Office recruited a credible CEO with his own track record of success in the private sector, and we see that also as a decisive measure to ensure that we don't have the same repeat of the same things. But with regard to the long-term vision, although this might not be a follow-up question really, the Post Office is being digitized. In other words, people are being trained to utilize it, even people in rural areas, not only for fetching a mail, but also to send an internet, to access information from government like grants and so on. So the Post Office for the future is evolving in a slightly different way from the Post Office of yesterday.
Honorable Kitabahle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The former public protector advocate, Fulima Donsela, said that the controversial 10-year lease in Sechuron in 2010 was fruitless and wasteful, with 2.3 million rent paid for the first 10 months while the building stood empty. Now, the SIU just confirmed on yesterday that they are requesting the court to order the landlord of Echo Point building to repay everything they have received to the tune of an estimated 250 million rand, because the lease, like many other leases, are corrupt and prices are inflated. While there has been no arrest, as shocking as it may be, how much has the Post Office received from its former board or senior management who were implicated or responsible for the deal? And would it be not beneficial for the Post Office to build and own its buildings. Something that, while it might be costly at the beginning, in the long run is sustainable and cost efficient.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The question of how much have we secured from those who were directly implicated, I must say, besides what I have said in terms, I did mention that the asset forfeiture unit has secured an attachment of property to the value of 2 million. That's what could be done immediately with one of the managers concerned. But with regard to the post office owing its own assets, that is a standard practice. Even at the time when the post office was unstable, looking for resources, that's what we often put forward, mentioning our own assets. The post office has a footprint all over the country, and most of them are ours. I suppose the honorable member also asked a question about Echo Point. The Echo Point building is a specific case which we are saying we are working with the SIU, the department, and the post office itself to ensure that the courts nullifies the agreement and the contract. And of course, with any prosecution, where individuals are to be held accountable, I don't think the courts will turn a blind eye to that. We did it on our own when we realized that there was this agreement which was disputed. And we trust that the matter will now move speedily because all conditions have been met, and the affected company has filed back, asking for more documents, and we are hoping that the process will move as fast as possible. I must say to the Honorable House that the spirit communicated by the Portfolio Committee to the SIU clearly clearly showed them that there's a sense of urgency, that the matter should move faster, although it's beyond all of us now since the matter is in court. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Zokwana, please in future do not walk in front of a speaker on her feet or his feet. Uhlale ngemuva baba. I hope it won't be repeated. Honorable Dr. Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We applaud the department for acting on ill-discipline and unbecoming behavior. Taking into consideration the steps taken by the minister to apply consequence management, what further steps will be taken to discourage a repeat of the offenses, thus improving clean governance?
Honorable Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sutetsi. I think the question of management and the credibility of board members is very, very important in ensuring that systems that are put in place, they give us the desired outcomes. But from also the point of oversight as the department, we have strengthened the oversight division, and we have dedicated staff focusing on decisions at the post office. And we are hoping that with all these measures, then we are not likely to have the same repeats. It has become clear to them that in terms of accountability, we do not await the problems to be prolonged before action is taken. And so far, we have been making good progress and getting regular reports. And we are assured that the post office is on track in functioning as it was desired to do, to connect people in rural areas. But also success with the post bank linked to the post office is a further measure of control and scrutiny in its functioning, given the important role of being a financial, registered financial service. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next question is to you once more. And this question is asked by Honorable Kubai. Question 207.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The question of the steps taken to resolve the concerns with regard to the production of national certificates for vocational learners. I have been informed by our state information agency that the system for issuing the certificates from where the colleges were under basic education, it was decentralized under different provinces. And at the time when it was moved over to higher education, CETA has come on board, assisted, worked in partnership with Umalusi and the Department of Higher Education. The team has come up with an agreed upon system of loading the credentials of all the learners, and certificates have been issued. In this instance, I must say, the Portfolio Committee, Cabinet Committees, and the Committee on Higher Education, everybody supported CETA, and at this point in time, were reliably informed that they've cleared all the marks of the learners, and now they are working on systems for future controls of students' marks. The impact, of course, is great in the sense that it allows students to either decide to move ahead with, in furthering their studies, or to look for jobs, and which serves the purpose of these vocational schools, which are meant to give our youth the skills they require to fight the rate of unemployment in society. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for the response. I think it is comforting to hear that the issue of NCV certificates has been cleared by CETA, especially because it has been a really thorny issue that most of the learners or young people who are using these vocational studies dependent on to go and find better opportunities, as you are saying, either in furthering their studies or either by seeking employment somewhere else. And therefore, if they were not produced, it impacted on their ability. Just to check, Deputy Minister, if there has been any recipient that expected to receive these certificates that did not, and therefore maybe ending up in either lodging a formal complaint against the state, against CETA, and if that, what would have been a way of resolving it? Because for us, it's really concerning because it's about young people here mainly who are impacted upon, and securing the number of them who will be able to get out of informal structures where they are either not employed or uneducated. So this sector of NCV and the role that is played by CETA is very critical and important so that we can be able to deal with young people who are on the streets and we can be able to bring them through. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You know, during September 2015, there were 274 and 837 errors on the error report. These reports had to be refined as new information came to the fore. And obviously at that time, with such a huge number, too many young people were unhappy and they were expressing dissatisfaction. But what gives us comfort is really the manner in which CETA has made a turnaround in terms of resolving all those and cooperating with all the relevant structures in higher education, getting consensus from Umalusi and to the satisfaction of all young people now who are in possession of certificates. And so far, there have been no concern about queries in terms of the accuracy of information or authenticity of the subjects that they had registered for. So I must say, CETA, as it turned around the management structure, it has produced significantly when it comes to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shin.
Deputy Speaker, the difficulty CETA has faced in processing these certificates is just one of the many problems sparked by the historic incompetence and corruption that has crippled CETA for years. While we have confidence in the new leadership at CETA, it will take years to correct, properly resource and redirect the entity. Our citizens have run out of patience with government delivery, much of it caused by IT failures. There is little time to address e-government backlog, let alone deliver on the department's current needs. Surely, Minister, it is time to abandon the law that dictates that every provincial and national government entity must use CETA for its IT procurement or face prosecution. After all, competing with the private sector is what the Deputy President last week told the South African Post Office to do if it wanted government business. Will you amend the law to free up government departments to seek ICT solutions from the private sector in competition with CETA, as so many IT heads of government departments are lobbying government to do?
Thank you very much, Honorable Shin. Deputy Speaker, there are discussions at a government level about the value in ensuring that our technology as government departments is aligned and the whole connectivity and network also that is aligned. So CETA is really an anchor. We still believe we must note what they've achieved. For instance, if you look at improvements at the identities of Home Affairs, that is their contribution. How they've assisted us in terms of the cybersecurity hub. Just I'm mentioning those amongst others, and their resolve to be the lead agency when it comes to technology. I think at the moment we still see the value, and the answer basically is there is a value in government departments discipline. There is a value in government departments in aligning the technologies that they use. This is a worldwide trend. If you digitize, you cut costs. If, as government, you own the networks and you ensure that different entities at all levels, spheres of government, share the technologies. And so this is where we are, Deputy Speaker, without allowing too many people to co-govern. Thank you.
Honorable Msima.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We do appreciate, of course, the fact that the problems with the production of the certificates has now been resolved. However, we are concerned that the provision of skills, especially technological skills, seems to be biased towards learners in the urban areas. I would like to know from the Minister what effort is being done to ensure that this is accelerated also in the rural areas. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Mhlonishwa. Lo mbuzo usemqoka kakhulu Ubaba umongameli umsholozi wathi si roll out broadband rollout to the most remote rural areas. So we have done that. The priority is to ensure that even the e-skills are given to young people abasemakhaya. Umhlonishwa might be aware ukuthi even distribution of end user gadgets like computer, priority ka government ukuthi sibheke izikole ezisemakhaya. So une agency kahulumeni ebizwa ngokuthi uNEMISA is attached to the department. This agency umsebenzi wayo is to develop e-skills. We've said the same thing to them, that priority is to start in the most remote rural areas. Ba connect youth yakhona ukuze nayo ibe ikwazi ukuthi ibe competitive. Mayifuna ukuzofunda kuma university, kuma faculties of engineering, babe sebe prepared. Mabefuna imisebenzi in big cities, bebe sebe prepared. If honorable member has interest, we could account by sending information on the specifics of what we have done where, mainly in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ketabahle.
In June 2015, during a briefing of Higher Education Portfolio Committee, SETA acknowledged that it had failed to fulfill its mandate of improving service delivery to the public through the provision of IT systems that were properly maintained and secured as contained in the SETA Act. SETA then promised 12 months to clear the certificate backlog that had been in existence since 2007. Challenges with SETA is not only with National Certificate Vocational for Learners. Home Affairs complained early this year that it was not happy with SETA services. Is this not a clear indication that perhaps the business case for the SETA needs rethinking and the entity must be overhauled? And in the meantime, it must be dissolved while a new institution that will provide IT system is maintained and secured to improve service delivery.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable member makes reference to the challenges sometimes with e-networks, ukuthi ziba down. Basically here, maybe we have to be cautious instead of saying SETA has failed. We are dealing with the technology. And as you would expect anywhere, those who have a vague understanding of how technology, the networks, and the ICT infrastructure work, sometimes you will encounter challenges, but I'll be cautious, honorable members. I wouldn't call it a failure. It's a nation in the making. This government is making history, digitizing the country, which really had huge rural areas. Ebeslale bumnyameni. Zingakwazi ukuthi into internet, what do you call it? So there might be challenges in terms of networks, and sometimes you get that problem even when you are in first world countries. But I think we are on track. Good work is emerging in modernizing society, creating information society.
Order, Chair.
The government is hard at work.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
But how
What?
come the Minister of Education, Higher Education, Plain Zimande, is sleeping? Is going to fall.
Honorable Member, please take. You are disrupting. Go ahead, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was just emphasizing, Deputy Speaker, that we, especially as representatives of the people of South Africa, I think we need to support SETA, all of us. We are a nation hard at work, turning around this country from a fragmented society where a huge percentage of people didn't have access to information. But now we're able to talk about connecting a connected South Africa.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The next question is to the Minister of Rural Development, who in the responses will be assisted by Deputy Minister Skwacha and Mashiho Dlamini to the questions that are going to be posed. And the question is asked by Honorable PJ Mguni.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Speaker, we usually furnish for reasons why ministers are not in the House on a particular day. Have you received a letter where you're able to inform us why the minister is not here today?
No, that has not been brought to my attention except the notice of who's going to replace the minister and the deputy minister. It might be there. I haven't received it, so I don't know. I can't say that it didn't arrive.
Deputy Speaker, may I ask you to check with the table whether a letter has been received? Because it's simply not acceptable for us, for ministers not to pitch up for their question day without a good reason. And I think Parliament needs to apply its mind whether it is a good reason or not.
Yes, we will do that. Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The purpose of the Extension of Security Tenure Act 1997 was to provide legal protection to some 2.8 million people living and working on commercial land in South Africa, who under the apartheid regime had no security of tenure, despite having spent their lifetime working the land. ESTA is meant to prevent landowners from arbitrarily evicting farm dwellers from farms. Sadly, despite this law, some 17 years after the act came into force, some landowners continue to evict arbitrarily farm dwellers from the land. The department has since 2008 been providing legal support to farm dwellers through its land rights management facility. Question 2, the department conducts periodic reviews on all policy and legislation. As a result of the loopholes that have been identified, the ESTA Amendment Bill was formulated and is currently before Parliament. The bill seeks to amend certain definitions to substitute the provision of subsidies with tenure grants, to further regulate the right of occupiers, to provide for legal representation for occupiers, to further regulate the eviction of occupiers by enforcing alternative resolution mechanisms provided for in the Act, to provide for the establishment and operation of a land rights management board, and to provide for the establishment and operation of land rights management committees to identify, monitor, and settle land rights disputes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Before I give Honorable Mguni, may I remind members who will ask supplementary questions that rules 142, 6, and 7 provide, among others, that supplementary question must arise directly from the original question, and that the question may not consist of more than one. Honorable Mguni, proceed, Ndadi.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much to the Deputy Minister for the prompt response. And I may just comment in phrasing a follow-up question that for far too long, the farm owners have long subjected our people, the farm workers and farm dwellers, to unlawful evictions and all forms of evictions. The farm working community and farm dwelling community has really been so unjustly dealt with despite the existence of ESTA. Is it therefore, my Deputy Minister, the case that now with the envisaged amendments to ESTA, the said act, it will now also be punishable in law with severe penalties or appropriate penalties for those farm owners who will continue to victimize and evict our people bebakhupha ngamaxesha onke bebakhupha noba imvula isina bebakhupha ngobusuku bebagxotha ezifamini okwezintsha ingaba ngoku liyawufika ixesha loba bohlwayo na bambakazibini.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Mnguni. Definitely yes. Currently, a public participation process has been undertaken, and the sole purpose is to make sure that we fix the loopholes that do exist. So definitely there will be action, but we're not only waiting for the law for the bill that is before Parliament, because as we speak, anyone that gets evicted, we have lawyers readily available to help those people that get evicted. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Will the ESTA amendments also accommodate the occupants of communal land areas and state land areas? Currently, the figures in the Land Rights Management Facility don't indicate any action being taken in the existing ESTA legislation. Will that be accommodated in the new legislation? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Walters. Certainly, yes. The fact that it's loopholes that are being fixed means that in their communality, we're looking at all those loopholes. And when the matter is before Parliament, before it becomes an act, we'll make sure that all the loopholes have been tightened. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matias.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Despite the provision of ESTA, we have seen a rise in the rate of evictions of farm workers from farms. They have been living on for generations. ESTA provides only legal framework for white farm owners to evict farm dwellers. It offers no protection for most of marginalized farm laborers who have no access to courts. You know why? It's because amendments proposed by ESTA are not breaking any new grounds towards the protection of farm workers. And we want to put to them this question to the Minister or Deputy Minister. Why are you not introducing amendments that will completely outlaw any form of eviction of farm dwellers from farms they have been living in for decades? Why are you not repealing the Prevention of Illegal Eviction and of Unlawful Occupation of Land Act 19 of 1990?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very, very much to the Honorable Matthias. I think we must understand what we are trying to do here. All members of Parliament come from communities. This particular bill, which is pioneered by government, takes into consideration public participation. Farm workers greatly welcome this particular process. And you must go and see. We are on the ground, we are talking to people, but we are bringing this bill that will fundamentally protect farm workers. But also it must have a way of protecting farm owners as well. But fundamentally, you should work with us in making sure that South Africans no longer get victimized. Please walk the talk with us. Thank you.
Honorable Msimang.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, when we consider the provisions in ESTA, especially the threshold limit in respect of those people living on farms who receive protection under the ESTA, is this threshold limit going to be raised? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
You see, we are currently having the bill before Parliament. And as I have indicated in the previous answer, we are tweeting and fixing the loopholes that do exist. If the threshold is such a loophole, we are considering that. We have the state law advisor, we have everybody else looking into how we can fix this particular problem for the most downtrodden in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the next question is asked by Honorable Shin to the Minister of Telecommunication and Postal Services.
Deputy Speaker, the question that has been raised by Honorable Shin talks to whether a service provider has been appointed for the supply and maintenance of broadband connectivity in the 8 districts identified in Phase 1 of South Africa Connect. If, the question further wants to know, if not, by what date will a winning service provider be announced? Basically, a service provider for the supply and maintenance of broadband connectivity in the 8 district municipalities identified in Phase 1 of South Africa Connect has not been appointed. The department appointed CETA to facilitate the service provider appointment process in line with the PFMA. CETA is in the process of evaluating the submitted request for bids. The winning bidder will only be announced once the process is finalized. But with regard to the amount at hand, it's important to mention that National Treasury allocated 1.5 billion rand over the MTF for the rollout of broadband services. So the RFB tender amount evaluation will be based on the funds allocated to the project. Thank you.
Honorable Shin.
Deputy Speaker, in his State of the Nation address in February 2015, the President declared that Cabinet had decided that Telkom would be the lead agency to roll out the ambitious SA Connect program. This announcement was made in the mistaken belief that Telkom was a state-owned company and would do government's bidding at friend of the family prices. In conversation with me, the Minister said that he was trying to persuade Telkom to do the work at a low cost in return for getting all the work. The outcry that followed Cabinet's irregular decision to select a JSE-listed company to undertake government work without going through a legal competitive process has set back the start of SA Connect by a year. Once government accepted that a competitive process was a legal imperative, much time and effort went into drawing up the specifications for the tender. It was published in June, and it was clear that the invitation to bid had been drawn up with Telkom in mind as the winner, and industry analysts said so, despite 6 companies submitting bids. The Minister said the announcement of the winner would be made in October. So the delay in announcing the winning bidder has been puzzling. It should have been an open and shut case, surely. Deputy Minister, please confirm that Telkom declined to bid for the SA Connect work. Can you explain the reasons why it refused to do so, and whether the bid will now be revised to enable technologies to be deployed by a variety of suppliers?
Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker. The President, His Excellency, Ubaba Msholozi, did, Ubaba Msholozi, during the state,
order, members, order.
During the State of the Nation address, made a special reference to Telkom, and there have been an ongoing discussions amongst the CEOs looking at how to manage the process beyond the announcement. We have not deviated from the announcement. As I have said, we've allowed an independent structure outside the department to broaden the scope by allowing other players to come forward. So I cannot give guarantees as to what is happening with the tender process, because that will be problematic to undermine such an important process. We have, I suppose, with the support of the committee of which Honorable Member Shin is a member of, we have constantly raised an issue with CETA to ensure that they speed up the process, given the importance of technology in driving the desired sustainable development goals and all the needs of the poorest of the poor. So I cannot preempt the process. But for sure, we are looking at the NDP requirements, which talks about partnerships, the private sector, government and social partners. And we hope those who are managing the tender will adhere to those principles. We are awaiting their outcome. Thank you.
Honorable Siwela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy Minister. We do acknowledge that the process of appointing the service provider is ongoing, and we do hope that the CETA will conclude that process and the winning bidder be announced. Once concluded, how will the department ensure that small businesses benefit from this rollout? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swela. Well, we put it as a condition to all our partners that whoever partners with us as a department, we have a policy where we are promoting the development of small, medium entities. We presented it publicly. It was welcomed and endorsed by all players. So that guarantees the inclusion of small people. But also we emphasize the issue of skills, that whenever we have an opportunity, people, especially new entrants, should be skilled, because for us, being small is not a permanent position. Empowering companies are expected to include new entrants throughout the value chain, including where they deal with multinationals. They are gonna be grown within that thinking, the framework that we have shared with them. So they will definitely be included, but also will ensure their growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ketabashe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is not a secret that telecommunication and specifically broadband in South Africa is slower, and municipalities, including the general public, is paying exorbitant fees. Government initiatives took into affordable broadband through Centec My Wireless, under service area licenses and inefficiencies crippling broadband infrastructure have failed, and as a result, this has led to poor service delivery. And we also know that majority of municipalities, particularly
Sorry,
rural...
Honorable Member. Sorry, ma'am. Honorable Member, you are doing work there that I don't understand why you're doing that. Can you take your seat, please? Go ahead.
And we also know that majority of municipalities, particularly rural municipalities, do not have enough resources.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Do not have enough resources to even deliver basic service such as water, whereas resources are available. Where resources are available, there is corruption in the ANC to steal from the poor. How is SA Connect different from other failed initiatives? What has changed in the telecommunications space that prevented other initiatives from succeeding? And what are immediate
Okay.
benefits from for municipalities?
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The honorable member takes us to the importance of municipalities in broadband rollout. We have within the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, which is chaired by His Excellency President Zuma, we have C15, which talks to CIP15.
Order, honorable members, order. Order, order.
CIP15 talks to ICT infrastructure. And within that is chaired by the Minister of Telecoms and Postal Services, and the representatives of metros, they sit within that. Honorable members, this is a very, very important question because it talks to the benefit that goes directly to our people. So within that ICT infrastructure, the metros, the representative of metros, they sit within that. Even last year, honorable members, the department allowed the metros to apply for money to create Wi-Fi hotspots within the municipalities, because our understanding is that that's where we should immediately deploy technologies. So we are ensuring that municipalities are included in the overall plan of digitizing society, in creating information society. But of course, here there's a double challenge in the sense that some municipalities don't have a capacity. We also do not have MECs, but we have signed partnership through the Premier's office. Sometimes it's MECs for finance who oversee ICTs. And they've moved ahead. They are competing, moving towards smart cities, those who are in big cities. But certainly there's a high level of commitment from all municipalities that they partner with the department, and our own policy, where we say government will own open access, is for ensuring that municipalities benefit.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable, yes, honorable member.
Ma'am, I raise a point of privilege with you.
What point of privilege, honorable Steve?
You've cut off our water and stationery supply. Can you please reinstate?
No. No. I didn't cut off you, and I mistook him for a member and too close to the speaker. Looked like he was going to walk towards the speaker, so. Your water supplies are ever flowing, don't worry. Honorable members, shall we have honorable, the next, what's that? Yeah. Honorable Mackenzie is the next one.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, Helen Suzman, who was a bright light in a dark chamber, was once told by a National Party cabinet minister that her questions embarrassed South Africa, and she said, no, sir, your answers embarrass South Africa. Deputy Minister, the question, you took us on a long journey all around the telecommunications environment. Let me take you back to the question. Deputy Minister, did Telkom submit a bid or didn't they? Yes or no?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We will certainly be interfering if we're to go to CETA and say, CETA, who are the bidders? We normally allow entities where they have a responsibility to function independent of us, to ensure that there's no political interference. But within the committee and in all public platform, we have made a call to CETA to speed up their process and revert back to us as soon as possible.
Thank you. Honorable members, the next question asked by Honorable Ngwenya Mabila. to the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Thank you,
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In relation to progress made in Tunda, masibulele uhulumente kaba umsholozi. Kuba ungena kwakhe uba umsholozi ngo-2009, ungene nale program yokuba makubekho this comprehensive rural development program. So we salute him for that. Entunda, uhulumente kazwelonke, ebambene nohulumente kamasipala pha, ugqibe completed the following projects Entunda. Early Childhood Development Center at a cost of 3.2 million. Provision of rainwater harvesting tanks for 345 households at a cost of 2.8 million. Fencing of 156 households at a cost of 1.2 million. Lokhulumente kamsholozi. Provision of household solar systems for 75 households at a cost of 600,000. Fencing of communal gardens at 950,000. Akayekanga apho. Created temporary jobs for local persons. Abantu bangalali ngendlala. For not less than 152 such people. Siyabonga.
Honorable Filtani. Oh, sorry, Honorable Ngwenya Mabila. Honorable Filtani, please take your seat, sir. I made a mistake. It's the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Minister, while you have mentioned the success stories of the CRDP in Tunda, are there any challenges that have been experienced in the implementation of the CRDP? If yes, what plans are in place to address those challenges? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
There definitely are challenges. Challenges do vary in respective to various communities. In fact, progress itself brings tensions to our communities sometimes. That becomes a challenge. And of course, it becomes a challenge because of the mess our government inherited from apartheid and colonialism. And the fact that there is scarcity of jobs becomes a challenge, people fighting for scarce resources. It becomes a challenge, but it does not tire us because we know that our people deserve better. There are also challenges related to issues where people need to be empowered skill-wise. So challenges are they do vary in Tunda and in many, many areas. I thank you.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Thanks, Chair. Deputy Minister, I wanted to find out in your calls, do you understand that there's a lack of proper coordination on the projects? And one of the things, do you agree with me that there's a lack? One of the things that I wanted to ask you, how many permanent jobs which were created in Tunda? And give me a coordination exactly, is this project going to be a success even in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. The first answer to your question is yes. I think I've indicated that there are challenges, there are problems. Secondly, there is no doubt in my mind that this program in Tunda and in many other areas is definitely a success. We would not be embarking on it if it was not a success. I am not sure whether the honorable member was listening to me when I was counting the delivery brought about by this program. The people of that area, if you can even question whether it is a success when they have an early childhood development center for their children. So definitely, with all these particular challenges, the program is a success. In relation to jobs, you see, one of the good things about our government, we face realities. We acknowledge and understand the importance of EPWP jobs. Temporary as they might be sometimes, but people do get skills and graduate, and some of them are able to get skills and participate in permanent jobs. Thank you.
Honorable Filtani.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. With all humility, Honorable Deputy Minister, you have not answered the question put to you. All you have done is to tell this House what has been installed there. The key operative word is improving the lives. You didn't go anywhere near telling us how, if they have been, and how they have been improved. So we would like to ask you one more time to please answer the question. Now, this question is being put to you by me being a member of the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development, on a day in which there is a possibility that even AGOA could be reversed. What would the impact if AGOA were to be replaced, changed in America?
Let me, that's a new question, but let me just say to the honorable member, you know, really, answering a question is a relative thing. It really depends where you stand. I can imagine if I did not have, if I was a victim of being robbed and raped, what is the impact of the provision of street lights? Isn't that making me safer than before? Yeah. I can imagine if my child did not even have a chance of going to school. The fact that there is a crash and early childhood, I don't want to say I am disappointed. Mr. Filtane, Honorable Filtane, you should better appreciate this. There is progress, and that progress is being appreciated by the people of that area. And I don't know what more to say, but I can tell you, these are not figures of something that has not happened. These are figures that are tangible, that might not improve your being in a town. But for those rural people of that area, this is so much for them. I thank you.
Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the department, when it introduced the CRDP in 2009, it says that they've got a solution to all the problems. They had what is called a novel approach to rural development, what they refer to as a new dispensation to transform the rural landscape. And that has been a complete mess. Today, we've got emerging black farmers who have not been provided with the means to sustain and to develop their farms in the form of implements, seeds, tractors, irrigation system to turn their farms into productive sites. Furthermore, the department is giving financial compensation to land claimants instead of giving them land. I want to put to the Deputy Minister that all of these interventions have exposed the ANC as one thing. that it cannot speak anymore on behalf of the farm,
Your time
of the
has
farm
expired.
workers, can
Deputy
no longer
Minister.
speak with authority on
Honourable
behalf
Member,
of
your time
rural
has expired.
communities. And ANC has not done anything to help our people.
Thank you, Honorable Matthias. I had an opportunity last Friday of attending the awards at the Emperor's Palace. The speaker, one of the speakers was the Minister of Tourism from Zimbabwe. There was a striking sentence when addressing us. He said to us, South Africans, he said, we in Zimbabwe embarked on a land reform program. We are a unique country as Zimbabwe. You, South Africa, are a unique country. Don't copy us. He further went on to say, in 1999, we embarked on our land reform program like some of your friends want it today in South Africa. And he said to us, we are still suffering today because of that program we embarked upon. Do it your own way. And you know, we are doing it our own way. We are doing it as a responsible government. We are not doing it from Mcebisi's Kwacha. We are creating a lasting legacy for generations to come in our country. And so, the land restitution program is on course with its teething problems. We assess those programs, we sharpen our tools, we improve in order for us to move forward. South Africa is not what it was even yesterday, today. I thank you.
Honourable members, the next question to the Minister of Rural Development asked by Inkosi Ucebekulu. Deputy Minister.
With reference to agricultural grants, there are 1,496 new entrant farmers who have been assisted to date through various agricultural support services offered by this program. The following farming assistance has been provided to the farmers through this particular program. On-farm and off-farm infrastructure development. For example, ukubiywa, fencing, irrigation equipment, animal handling facilities, production inputs, machinery and equipment, and lastly, strategic partnership and training. I thank you, Honorable Cebekulu.
Deputy Speaker, Nkosi Sebekulu is at the interviews for the Inspector General. Prof. Msimang will be taking the follow-up. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Or is there anybody? Are you taking over on behalf of the?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Minister, the assistance to these emerging farmers is highly appreciated. However, in certain areas, especially in KZN, there are perceptions that those that are getting this assistance are those that are well connected to the ruling party. Because there are others who are not getting the assistance and their farms are lying fallow. The question is, will the Deputy Minister confirm this selectiveness owing to connectedness to the ruling party? And if not so, Would the Deputy Minister tell the House why is this assistant selective? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, replacement of the Honorable Tabekulu. Last week, the Department of Rural Development, through its minister, held a press conference together with the head of the National Prosecuting Authority. And the matter at hand was farms that were awarded in a corrupt way that the department had been investigating with the SIU and the NPA. And what the NPA and the SIU was doing last week, they were giving back to us 31 farms that were fraudulently given to people. Now, this happened because the government, through its minister, consciously collaborated with the SIU and the NPA to investigate any wrongdoing. I stand here to say this is a government of all the people, not only a section. Of course, we get elected because of the ruling party, but we serve all the people. There are people who might be, even in our system or outside of our system, have intentions of being corrupt. But those people, together with whoever is assisting them, their days are numbered, as seen by the actions of last week. Needless to say that there are members of other political parties here who have consciously spoken to our department in terms of them benefiting from the programs of this ANC government. I thank you.
Honorable Mnguni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Honorable DM was to give names, whether the people there in the overalls of color would be as enthusiastic. No, I'm just wondering. It's not a question. I have got a clear question, a follow-up question here that to the Honorable Deputy Minister, and thank you very much for being elaborate and very, very clear and sounding a clear message from our own government about corruption, in particular as evidenced through the actions of last week that you alluded to, Honorable Deputy Minister. But with respect to the original question raised by the Honorable Kulu, just to ask whether such programs of clear agricultural nature, as in the one cited by Honorable Kulu, and for instance, the likes of the RADP program have since been streamlined through the cabinet decision to fall under the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. And therefore, having noted that, what is the overall process or outline to give effect to this cabinet decision, Honorable DM? Thank you, Deputy
Minister.
Ilizwe lamanguni. Thank you very much, Honorable Mnguni. I think that agriculture and land reform, we are actually Siamese twins. There is a definite overlap. We work together. In fact, a question asked earlier here about seeds and all those things was more relevant to agriculture. But I also want to say that I want to confirm, Honorable Mnguni, that that particular responsibility of recap is being transferred to our colleagues in agriculture who we work together with. And so I wish to confirm that it is true, and there is a program led by the two ministers to make sure that that is taken to its logical conclusion through our accounting officers. I thank you.
Honorable Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, can you tell us what tools do you have in place that measures the actual progress of emerging farmers in South Africa instead of depending on budget reports to attain your information? And why are these emerging farmers not getting title deeds, which ultimately forces them to march to the union buildings to get them? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
They are marching to the union buildings because of the magnitude of the problem, not of our own creation. Once again, we unfortunately will not be able to negate history. History in South Africa, there was colonialism, there was apartheid. So we cannot negate that. And therefore, we so often do understand the intolerance of our people because of the effects of this long system this long system of colonialism and apartheid. But as they do that, we do consciously take people through the programs of what is at hand and how far are we with such programs. I thank you.
Honorable Kubisa. Honorable Kubisa.
Angibonga sekela somlomo. Mhlonishwa sekela ngqongqoshe udaba oluyinkinga kakhulu ukuthi abalimi bafike bawuthola umhlaba. Ikakhulukazi laba abalima umoba. Kodwa uma ngabe ungahamba nje endaweni eziningi la kuna khona la abalima khona umoba banamaplazi khona. Sekulele nje amabhoyi sekulela utshani. Ngoba bawutholela umhlaba bangaba nazo izinsiza zokulandela. Okuchaza ukuthi umnyango bekufanele usebenza nomnyango wezolimo ukubona ukuthi izinsiza zikhona yini. Nalaba bantu abakuthiwa kuqala balimisa ababehamba bevakashela abantu kakhulukazi endaweni zasemakhaya. Uthola ukuthi ke kwesikhathi bebengenabo ogandaganda, bengenabo abantu azobasiza ukuhamba ngesikhathi. Bese enye inkinga futhi bengabi nalo ulwazi lokuthola indaba yokufunda ngamabhizinisi nokuphathwa kwawo kanye nokudayiswa nje ngoba abagcini belima umoba kuphela. Ungabe umnyango wakho ekusebenzisane nomnyango wezelimo uqhubeka kangakanani ukulekelela laba abalimi ababeqale kuyinto enhle kodwa usubona manje amasimo aselela utshani. Ngiyabonga ngqongqoshe.
Siyabonga Honorable Kubisa. Mandingathethi isiZulu mandithethe isiXhosa. Icandelo lethu lisebenzisana no-agriculture. Luyiqwalasele kakhulu lento ibalulekileyo ithethayo. Sinabantu abasebatsha abaye kwi-agricultural colleges. Bafunda abo bantu abo. Ngoku abanye basahlela bananto yokwenza. Ezifama uthetha ngazo, believe you me, just today at lunchtime, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and I, besinomhlangano nomnye umfo we-private sector. Sithetha kanye ngalento into yokuba singakwazi na uncediswa singurhulumente ngemali because urhulumente unayo imali yokwenza izinto kodwa ayonelanga. Ndingatsho nje kuwe ndithi simke phaya kulaa mfo sincumile because ba-prepared ukuthi basincedise ukwenzela uba kungabikho iifama ezilolu hlobo lithetha ngazo. Zikhona zona, si-conscious and sizama ukuncedisana nazo ukwenzela uba ifama eyona nto funeka iyenzile it must produce food for our people. And also, ekugqibeleni, uyawukhumbula into yokuba size apha epalamente sapasisa into yokuba makuqashwe ivalua general ebalulekileyo ngehlobo lokuba iyawujonga umhlaba kuloo fama le into yokuba yintoni enochuma apha, ziitapile na okanye yidribe njalo njalo. So ndiya-acknowledge ibalulekile le nto ithethayo. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next question asked by Honorable Filtani to the Minister of Small Business Development. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank Honorable Filtane for the question. During the 2015-2016 financial year, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency provided financial assistance through its different loan programs to 7,309 small businesses to the value of 66.3 million rands. We are putting it on record that we have a complete breakdown of where these SMMEs are, how much was given to these SMMEs, how much was dispersed to these SMMEs, each one of them. I will not give the entire breakdown, but I can be able to say, for instance, that small and medium enterprises, 37.5 million, informal and micro enterprises, 7,262, 28.7 million. A further 47 SMMEs and cooperatives were supported through the Black Business Supply Development Program and cooperatives incentives, which belongs directly to the department. There was also grant funding, which went to SMMEs and cooperatives, small and medium enterprises, 47 of them, 13.3 million, cooperatives, 14.9 million rands. With regard to the second question, the department and CEDA provides non-financial support in every province. Such support includes incubation, training, standards compliance, and business support services such as business assistance. I would also like to indicate that with regard to incubation, for instance, during 2015-2016 financial year, the CEDA technology program benefited 294 enterprises with incubation support in the following areas specifically: in Port Elizabeth, 95, Mthatha, 60, East London, 139, and the total is 294. I would also like to say that we do not only just give financial support, we also consider the fact that many of these small and medium enterprises and cooperatives in particular are cooperatives that never had the opportunity of being in the mainstream of the economy of South Africa. And therefore, finances for us as a matter of principle always has to go with other assistance. Finally, I would also like to say that we've got a program called the National Informal Business Upliftment Strategy. And in this particular area, we had Nelson Mandela, we had 25, Mkuma, we had 30, Amahlati, we had 20, Emalahleni, 20, King Sabata Dalinjebo, 10, Inguza, 10. And these are the ones that we supported both from a financial point of view, but also the training, including equipment. The department has supported Emalahleni, for instance, with equipment to the value of 42,938 and so forth. So, in response to this question is that we are very conscious of the fact that putting money in the hands of small and medium enterprises without the necessary support would not be adequate. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Filtane.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I honestly appreciate the response that I got from the Honorable Minister. My follow-up question, Honorable Minister, is, given the fact that you recently made a statement as you paraded with some of the people who I believe are beneficiaries of your program, and in that statement, you said that you had spent 608 million rands supporting 2,242 SMMEs who had created employment for about an equal number of people. Now, I've tried to do a little bit of calculations here. 608 benefiting 4,500 people. That translates to a turnover of 135,000 per beneficiary. Assuming a 25% profit margin when everything else has been taken out, that means that each family would have gotten away with something like 34,000 rands, if those were annual figures. Now, question is it worth their while to work for 34,000 rands profit per annum just because they are small businesses? Is there anything that can be done to enhance the profitability of small businesses? It's good for them to wake up and go, but it's another question as to whether it's sustainable. That's my question. Thank you.
Honorable Member, what are you raising
Yes,
on?
no, the chief whip of the majority party is fast asleep. You must just wake up.
Honorable Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. May I just indicate, first and foremost, Honorable Member, that we do not pirate people for purposes of just showing them off. We try to encourage others who are also in line to say, these are the people that we have supported, and they tell their own stories as to their success, their weaknesses, their strengths, and even the weaknesses in the support by the government itself. Secondly, we also bring them on board because we show off the equipment that we are supplying these people that are getting the support. However, I fully agree with you. It is very difficult for any business. I don't take it that I'm talking about family. I'm just talking about business and the profits that they have to earn. What we understand as a department is that we do not do the work for them. We give them the necessary support. We leave it very much to them through the support that we give. We leave it to them to really work as much as they possibly can, maximize what the government has been able to give them, because it's near impossible for them to have anything from anybody, particularly because we understand even when they want to go and borrow money from the bank or borrow from anybody, they are never assisted. These are people who are entirely dependent on government. However, I do take your point in saying that it would be important for us to really do the mathematics that we are doing here so that ultimately the value for money in whatever we are giving to our people, we can see the value for money from the department itself, but more than anything else, we can also see their growth. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chance.
Thank you, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, a number of the companies that you support in the Eastern Cape are beneficiaries of the National Gazelles program, and I was surprised that you didn't give it special mention. And this program is managed by Mtia Dynamics, to which your company paid 22 million rand in fees in the current financial year. Now, I now discover that your special advisor, Dr. Tami Mazwai, who devised the National Gazelles program, owns 40% of the shares of Mtia Dynamics. So, Minister, how can you possibly justify the conflict of interest in Dr. Mazwai's employment by your firm, by your department? What steps are you taking to either terminate his contract or force Dr. Mazwai to sell his shares with immediate effect?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The question did not ask specifically about the gazelles, but however, I am able to answer that question. First and foremost, Honorable Chance, you know very well, as you sit where you sit, that the program of the gazelles was not a program of the Department of Small Business Development. It was developed during the time that small and medium enterprises were under the DTI. And the DTI as a department liked the program. Why did they like the program? It clearly responds to the challenges of small and medium enterprises, particularly black and women and youth-owned. So this is what happens. So when the department took over, we also appreciated the program, and we believed this program was going to help us in pulling small and medium enterprises, the ones that I'm referring to, into the next level. Now, Dr. Mazwai is a very well-respected black business person who, both academically and otherwise, has taken small and medium enterprises into the next level. And when Dr. Mazwai started being with me as a special advisor, a decision was taken by Dr. Mazwai himself to say that there will be a conflict in this, and therefore agreed that he has to remove he has to get rid of the shares. This is what Dr. Mazwai has been doing and is in the process of finalizing. The fact of the matter is that as we sit here, honorable members, the structure of the economy of South Africa is an apartheid structure of the economy. And that structure of the economy is making it near impossible for small and medium enterprises to participate in the value chain of the economy. Secondly, even having people, amongst black people in particular, that have a semblance of experience and understanding of the value chain and of the complication of the economy. This is why I decided that Dr. Mazwai, as respected by the majority of black people who he has worked with, would be the right person. And in confidence, I know and I'm confident that Dr. Mazwai is not a beneficiary of any amount of money that was transferred to an agency that is managing something that all South Africans are going to be proud of. And it is a fact that Mr. Chance himself, Honorable Chance, knows that the caliber of a Dr. Mazwai would not find themselves in the space where we are trying to put him. He is not in that space. And also, Honorable Chair, I also take exception that every time we are working and trying to do our best, anything that is black is corrupt. Any person who is black, who is assisting this government, is black. This is the bottom line. The apartheid structure of the economy shall be broken down by us with your help too.
Thank you. Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ngqongqoshe, asibonge impendulo yakho nobubanzi bayo. I would just want to zoom in on the aspects of incubation that you spoke about and how that's important for the sustainability of these businesses. Because one of the things which happens is that the first tranche of profit comes in and people move towards bling luxury. They're buying cars and buying things which depreciate, and thus killing the prospects of success of that business. But most importantly, Minister, is the issue of creating networks for these businesses around special economic zones, particularly in the Eastern Cape, which is largely rural and therefore needs to be boosted by these businesses. So the assistance that you speak about, besides just giving the financial assistance and the grants, what other innovations and initiatives are you putting in place to develop SEZs to ensure that these businesses are able to work together and beneficiate amongst themselves? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I would like to start from a point of view that the issue of education is very important. And education must not be understood only from a point of view of people sitting behind a desk in a university in that. We believe as a department that we have to partner with other institutions such as education institutions which can help us in ensuring that we develop training programs in assisting people to have a better understanding and a better appreciation of the value of money. We must also consider the fact that it's 22 years of democracy, and somewhere along the line, people will get excited because they've got 1 million here and 1 million there, and maybe 500,000 there, and they think the best way of using that money is to not save the money, but to begin to show that I now have the money by purchasing the cars and what you are talking about, and changing their lifestyle too quickly without really looking at the fact that what is important is how can I build my business. The issue here is we have that situation because the majority of our people were excluded and they are just getting into this space and it's a new thing for them. And we believe that with the creation of networks, as you say, and for us the networks are not about ourselves or the academic institutions. It is also the availability of what is out there in the private sector, for instance, as your enterprise development programs and a whole range of other programs which are being developed. Obviously, if you go to the Eastern Cape, which is largely rural, you will not find the same opportunities as you would find in the towns, where you find that there are organizations that are based in towns who are also getting money from ourselves in trying to assist. So, in short, we think that we need to widen the space in order for us to be able to assist and not only look
Honourable
at the
Minister,
department
thank
alone. I thank you.
Honourable Kapa.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me first join Honourable Filtane in appreciating what the Minister has been saying about our Eastern Cape, as we both come from there. But now I'd further ask the Minister to tell us about the possible and intended impact that this assistance will impact on where specifically the women and the youth among those targeted groups in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I would like to state it that our department took a very conscious decision to say that 50% of our programs must be focused on assisting the previously disadvantaged Black, proudly Black, as well as women, youth, and people living with disabilities. So, while that does not necessarily remove the fact that all the programs need to focus on this, we are very conscious of the fact that there has to be special programs and special projects that respond to these, to women and people living with disability and the youth. I would also like to say, Chairperson, that we are not only just looking at the Department of Small Business Development in as far as support for SMMEs and cooperatives. We are also looking at the partnering that we need to do with other departments and the 3 spheres of government and ensure that whatever support we package, it has to be support that speaks to each other so that ultimately the impact of our department would be supported by other programs that are developed by other departments, and hence we have what we call the transversal agreements. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next question is 212, asked by Mr. N.J.J. van Arkorenhof to the Minister of Trade and Industry. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Department of Trade and Industry continuously engages the automotive industry to support investment, localization, employment creation, and broad-based black economic empowerment throughout the automotive value chain. Whilst ownership is an important element of broad-based black economic empowerment scorecards, there are also other elements that receive priority attention, including skills development, new enterprise and supplier development, and management control. All industrial support schemes administered by the DTI now have as a requirement compliance by the beneficiary with BEE legislation and relevant legislations, including the codes of good practice. In addition, there's a specific Black Industrialist program which was established to accelerate the creation and participation of Black-owned manufacturing enterprises. A number of applications for support under this program have been received and are being processed from companies actually or potentially active in the automotive value chain. The DTI is also actively supporting industry initiatives responding to these policies, which are aimed at the creation and promotion of black-owned companies, particularly supplier companies. For example, the Ford South Africa program, which with the support of the Gauteng provincial government incubates black entrepreneurs, is one example. And another example is the Black Suppliers Exhibition held by Volkswagen South Africa in Port Elizabeth in May 2016, where 45 black-owned firms participated and some were chosen for focused support by that company. I might add that there's several others by other companies. These are some of the initiatives that we are seeking to promote broad-based black economic empowerment in the automotive sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Korenov.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your reply. We know that the CEO of Volkswagen raised this concern specifically because there is not enough black-owned suppliers to serve the automotive industry. And because of that, Volkswagen has launched an initiative to expand its black-owned suppliers base in an effort to comply with the new codes. You've mentioned that Ford is doing the same, but do you know whether other companies will follow the example of Ford and Volkswagen, and if not, will you request them to do so?
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. As the Honourable Korenov mentioned, that these companies are undertaking these initiatives in an effort to comply with the codes. I think maybe they wouldn't have done it otherwise. And as I said, we did support that one. There were other companies that participated in the Volkswagen-led process. I also mentioned Ford. I know BMW has a scheme. And as I indicated earlier on, that those who want to receive benefits under the Automotive Production and Development Program will now have to comply with BE legislation. And one of the areas that they can comply with is by developing, and I stress developing, suppliers, black-owned companies that are suppliers in the automotive value chain. That's the activity that I think that the new codes have stimulated, and that's a very important point of entry of black-owned companies into the automotive value chain. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Hill Lewis.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Minister, Mr. Schaefer, who Honourable Koenhoff has just referred to, the Chief Executive of Volkswagen South Africa, warned you that South Africa could lose its automotive industry and Volkswagen's investment because of the unrealistic and unattainable ownership targets in the BE Codes of Good Practice with which they must now comply. The interesting thing, Minister, is that he went on to say that when he asked the Department of Trade and Industry for your database of BBBEE compliant suppliers so that he could incorporate them into the Volkswagen South Africa value chain, it turned out that the Department of Trade and Industry did not have such a database. Now, Minister, you've spoken now about your efforts to assist these companies in complying. Isn't it an unacceptable failure of the department that no such database exists? And what are you doing to rectify it? And how can you expect companies like Volkswagen South Africa to comply when you are not even aware whether such compliance is possible? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, as I said before, one of the critical elements is not just the ownership, but it's also the supply development. And as I said earlier on, one reaction to the absence at this point in time of many companies that are active in the value chain is just to throw up your hands and say it's unachievable. In fact, what's happened is the reaction of Volkswagen has been precisely to go out, find companies, incubate and support those companies. That's the reaction that our programs and policies are intended to achieve and are achieving. I agreed with Mr. Schaefer that what we're not looking for is that they should have bad suppliers, and therefore, in order for them to do that, they have to get actively involved in supporting those companies to emerge as effective suppliers in the value chain. They are doing that. You don't want them to do that, but they are doing that, and we are supporting them to do that. Thank you very much.
Honorable S. Sazen.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, original equipment manufacturers in the motor industry are under very severe pressure to meet the BEEE policy. You will agree, Honourable Minister, BEEE suppliers, due to being historically disadvantaged, experience various problems that make it difficult for them, such as lack of finance, quality and capacity, and mostly management and business skills. And although you mentioned skills development, won't you agree, Honourable Minister, that unless sufficient training is provided through the AIDC themselves, very little transformation will occur in this highly specified and cost-intensive industry? Thank you.
Minister.
At the risk of repeating myself, one of the features of the new codes is that we want original equipment manufacturers, large companies, to get involved actively in training, skills development, and enterprise development and supply development in terms of the codes. And that is to generate the kind of activity that we see taking place, for example, in Asia, where original equipment manufacturers work with supplier firms, nurture those firms, and bring them on track so as effective and competitive suppliers. I think that what we are starting to do through the new codes is to get the automotive companies to start to be active in this space. And as that moves forward, I have no doubt that there are many black suppliers who will be able to come into the value chain and be competitive companies serving as part of this very, very important and competitive value chain. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Minister, the fact of the matter is that for the last 22 years, there's never been a real transformation in terms of the automotive manufacturers. And the BEE policies that have been set by your government have failed to transform any industry for that matter. Right now, we are sitting with 25% only of the parts that are only produced in South Africa in the vehicle manufacturing industry. So that means, because most of the people that are buying cars in this country are black people. So that means black people in this country, what they do, they buy cars so that these companies, they go and produce jobs outside of the country. So the question is, what are the real measures that you're going to deliberately put in place to make sure that this industry is protected so that it can transform and then get black people to participate totally in this industry, not this mere 35%?
Minister.
Well, I think the overall program that is supporting the automotive sector is called the Automotive Production Development Program, and I think that has seen some pretty substantial investments over the last few years. But the point is that until the passage of the 2013 amendments to the BEE Act, there was a very weak requirement of entities of state to apply the Act. Now, there is a clause in there that requires all entities in government to apply the Act and the codes. And as the DTI, we're embracing that and saying, as we deploy an incentive, we expect to see job creation, but we also expect to see black economic empowerment and black economic empowerment across the scorecard according to the new codes of good practice. And what I'm saying now is that what we are doing is we are seeing a change of behavior, a positive change of behavior, where a number of the automotive companies responding to that change are actually coming to the party and are beginning to develop and nurture some black-owned companies. And I think that is the start of a process which should see a deeper empowerment than we've seen up to now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to question 213, which has been asked by Honorable A.J. Williams to the Minister of Trade and Industry. Minister.
The answer is that the department's incentive programs, include as part of their eligibility requirement that enterprises applying for incentives have to comply both with the contribution to BEE and employment creation, as I was saying just now. Approved applicants also have to demonstrate additionality or the contribution that their new or expanded investment projects will contribute to the economy when they apply for an incentive. The department actively monitors whether the applicant has met these commitments based on milestones defined when the applicant is awarded an incentive. To give just two examples on top of the one we were discussing earlier, the department's service incentives, the business process services and the film and television production incentive target both foreign and domestic investments. The business process services incentive supported investments leading to the creation of 12,273 jobs in the financial year ended 31st of March 2016, of which 89% were young people. In addition, the incentive contributed 6 billion rand to the GDP in the same financial year. With respect to the GDP contribution of the film and television production incentive, that was 3.4 billion in the 2015-16 financial year. Those are just some of the examples of what we get in return for the incentives that we deploy. Thank you very much.
Honorable A.J. Williams.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, wouldn't it be better for government to buy shares in these companies instead of just giving the money away to them, so that the government would have more influence over a longer period of time? Thank you.
Minister.
I think, as I was saying earlier on, we believe that empowerment has got to touch a number of elements in the scorecard. And over the years, those elements have been there, and we find that much of what has gone along the way of empowerment has just focused on rather passive ownership arrangements and has not touched the broader elements such as supplier development, skills development, and so on. And that's why we've inserted in the new codes, we've inserted sub-minimum requirements in these areas. If you don't meet a portion of the target, at least in enterprise development and skills development, you go down a place on the overall scorecard. And I think that this is incentivizing the kind of behavior I was talking about, which we think is important. The emergence of enterprises in value chains as suppliers to OEM activities in the country. OEM activities are the basis on which we can get jobs by South African companies very often, such as in the auto value chain. Original equipment manufacturing is actually quite a competitive business. It's very hard to start an OEM, but when you have an OEM in place, you can have a supplier chain of suppliers, and that those suppliers can include South African companies and black-owned companies. That's what we are trying to do, and using the BEE framework to achieve that.
Honorable Hill-Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, when we debated the BBBEE Amendment Act in committee and in this House in late 2013, the DA specifically proposed that we provide recognition for companies who grow their workforce and create jobs. That suggestion was dismissed at the time, and that's on the record if you wish to check it. Now, Mr. Williams' question suggests that the ANC has come around to the idea. Better late than never, I would suggest. So my question to you is, now that you've come around to the idea, will you consider amendments to the Codes of Good Practice to allow companies to gain recognition for actually creating new jobs and growing their workforce, as the DA suggested in 2013? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Well, I think that if you want to see the saga of the DA's position on the BEE Act, I think you must refer to a book whose subtitle is called The Autobiography. They voted for this bill in the National Assembly, the DA. When it went to the National Council of Provinces, they voted against. I think if you read the autobiography, you will see it had nothing to do with the reasons that were given in the NCOP at the time, and had everything to do with factional politics in this particular party. Let me say that our incentives, all of them, have a requirement which is about job creation. It's the fundamental determinant that we make when we assess the value of an investment. The automotive program, for example, you get a larger incentive, an automotive incentive scheme, If you create more jobs, that's the fundamental criterion. We did not want to overload the BE because the BE requirements deal with other things. They deal with empowerment. But skills development is part of empowerment, as is employment equity, which we simply reinforce the position of the Department of Labour on. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Khawula. Order.
Thanks, Chair. The multinational companies and monopoly capital, many which, as the Minister indicated, benefit considerably budget allocated through incentive schemes, of which it is companies who are engaging in illicit financial flows, hoarding cash and well embedded in the capitalist wealth system. And all these worsened by the ANC government pursuit of wrong economic policies, such as NDP, GIA, and ASGISA. As a result, South Africa will continue to fail to deal with poverty, unemployment, and inequality in perpetual growth-less economy. The question, is this not enough indication that the economic policies pursued by the ANC government need an immediate overhaul and a worker broad-based economic empowerment, industrialization-led economy? Thanks, Chair.
Minister.
Well, I don't think that there's any way we can hope to industrialize or reindustrialize our country if we don't attract foreign direct investment. It should be one component only of our industrialization efforts. We need a stronger push, I think, on black-owned companies, which is exactly why we've started the Black Industrialist Program. But let me just say that any company that's involved in illicit financial flows or doesn't pay its taxes doesn't get an incentive any longer when we discover that. So I don't think that we're giving money to companies that are involved in illicit financial flows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. There is one slot for supplementary question. Is there any other party that wishes to take? Honorable Hill-Lewis.
Always happy to take a second question, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Minister, I'm so glad that you've enjoyed the book. It seems like you've been doing a lot of bedtime reading. I wanted to follow up that question and say to you that, in fact, not all of the incentive schemes require job creation in the application and consideration process. In fact, if you look at the application forms for the Black Industrialist Program, there's no reference to job creation whatsoever on those application forms. The BBBEE codes of good practice make no reference to job creation whatsoever. And if you differ with me, could you please quote the code number that you're referring to? Because I've read them, and there's no reference to job creation whatsoever.
Honorable Minister.
Well, I think I can simply say that in the Black Industrialist Program, we have supported 25 Black industrialists. We're on track to support the 100 by the end of the MTF period. And let me just say that of those, they've created 2,000 jobs. And I think that that is an indication. All the time we measure the job impact of every incentive. By the way, I have to confess that I relied on a newspaper extract from the book. I haven't studied it as much as I've seen some of your members marking every page and folding down every corner when I see them on the planes. No, it's not the Holy Bible for me, but I did pick up that reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Honorable Member, there were only 3 slots. They are all taken. I'm sorry. We now move to question 243, which is the question by Honorable Kola asked to Minister of Public Works.
Thanks, Chairperson. In response to the question raised by Honorable Kola, the building referred to is situated at number 114 Madiba Street in Pretoria. It's occupied by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. And this is one of the leases that was investigated by the Special Investigation Unit and declared void Benito, which means invalid from its inception. And an out-of-court settlement was reached between the Department of Public Works and the landlord. Because Nedbank had joined in this particular case as the interested party, the out-of-court settlement also included both Mr. Rushabangu and the Nedbank. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Steenhuisen. Oh, sorry, Honorable Koller.
Thank you. Minister, Rusha
You're not all
Bangu's
the same.
dealings were largely what ensured that the now Honorable Beki Cele was fired as National Police Commissioner. It was Public Works that recommended that the then ICD, now IPID, sign an 880,000 Rand a month lease for property that Shabangu owned. That was double the cost of the building they actually wanted. That was Public Works. Public Works also signed a deal with Shabangu for a new SAPS head office in Durban at 6 million Rand a month, an amount that could have bought the 42 million Rand building outright within half a year. Now, Public Works made Mr. Shabangu a very rich property owner. You know the question wasn't specifically referring to that lease. It was overall, are you still leasing buildings from him? But look, he's come out of it rich. Public Works owns absolutely nothing. Minister, are you leasing numerous properties at sky-high rentals from companies run by certain favored ANC cadres, such as Rusha Bango, or even politicians? And I would ask you to think very carefully before you answer the second half of that question. Politicians.
Honorable Minister.
I am not sure about leases to politicians. I am sure about this lease which was challenged because the procurement process was not properly followed. And there were two other buildings, being the Middestad and the Transnet building, which were also leased to SAPS, were part of the joint investigation between the SIU and the Public Protector. And the reports by the Public Protector and even SIU are now before court because all those were challenged. By the way, it's important that we do not just emphasize Mr. Rushabangu, because he was used as a front by a white company. Thank you.
Honorable J.A. Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. Thank you, Minister. Much like your expanded public works program, job opportunities are used as largesse for ANC councillors to hand over to ANC members only. It seems very obvious that this seems to be a similar scheme, but on a much larger scale, renting unsuitable properties at massive rentals to make a few well-connected individuals extremely wealthy. And so the question I want to ask is, has your department checked every contract to ensure that this sort of nepotism has been stamped out? And how many other buildings does the department lease from Mr. Rushabangu?
Honorable Minister. Order.
I've indicated that there were two other buildings, and all these, the leases were challenged, trying to invalidate this. These are the issues which are before the courts. By the way, the lease which was referred to as the first one, it was valued at 137 million. And when the matter was taken to court, this was declared invalid and unlawful, challenged by us in terms of how the procurement process was followed. And even in these issues, they all considered. And we had to settle, and all parties had to pay their cost, the legal cost. So we didn't lose this 137 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Sitola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister,
The history tells us that the properties are being captured by corruptions and gangsterisms. The question is, what checks and balances are in place to prevent this property capturing, specifically in leases? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Babu Stoll, you remember that we have said we now have a complete asset register. And we said that is a game changer. Now we know where our properties are and we're able to monitor those properties. But we've gone further as a department to put a branch which deals with the issues of risk and the management of that, trying to prevent the fraud which was there before. And through that particular branch, we're able to follow up. And we've gone to the extent of reviewing all the leases in the department, and those are the measures which we're putting in place. It's there in our reports, which we have presented in Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when you talk of issues of leases, right now there is a lease, Triple P, with WPHO, that company that was found guilty of collusion during the 2010 projects. The department has raised 600 million, and that company has raised 800 million for the State's SA building. That falls within the Department of Public Works. On the 800 million, that company, WPHO, has been given the facilities management contract for 25 years. That means the 800 million that company has borrowed the state, it will come back as 25 billion rands. Now, the question we want to find out is, who in your department, because that falls under the Department of Public Works, and your DG is running away with the report, we're still waiting for the report. Who is this smart person that go to a private company and say, borrow me 800 million, I'll pay you back as 25 billion for a building that the government could have gone to IDC or anywhere else to go and get the money. So who is that person who took that decision to authorize that Triple P arrangement?
Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Mbata and Honorable Mrs. Mkalipe, can you please follow the rules?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the honorable member has answered herself by saying it's Stats SA which enters into this arrangement. He has answered himself. So the question is relevant to Stats SA. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. We now move to question 214.
Order, Mrs. Didiza. Oh, Honorable Chair. The minister must answer the question. It falls under your department.
Order.
Not SA Stats, under your department, Chief. Please.
Honorable Mrs. Mkalipi. Honorable Mrs. Mkalipi. Thank you very much. The minister has already answered. We now move to the next question, 214. Congratulations. Other members don't know yet that Honorable Hlope is Mrs. Mkalipi. Congratulations. Order, honorable members. I just thought it's important for me to indicate so that you don't start to worry who is this new member. Honorable Minister. Order. Order, Honorable Minister. Question 214.
Thank you very much.
Elder Chair.
Yes,
you forgot to mention the speaker too.
Honorable
Honorable
Mkalipi.
Kobo.
Order. Honorable Mkalipi, the speaker was already congratulated at the time. So you might not have heard it. Order, can we now move to answering the questions?
Madam Chair, I regret to announce I have nothing to offer in this particular regard. It's the same status as far as I'm concerned. But let me answer the question. The Industrial Parks Revitalization Program has identified 10 state-owned industrial parks to be rehabilitated and revitalized. The first phase of this program involves mainly upgrading of security infrastructure, fencing, street lighting, critical energy requirements, and so on, and that this has been initiated already in 6 of the industrial parks, and 8 of them have been approved for funding. I have a table which I'm not going to read through all of it, but just to say the ones that have been launched already, or where it's been completed the work, is Botshabelo in the Free State, Seshego in Limpopo, Isitebe in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Queen Industria, which is part of the Komani Industrial Park in the Eastern Cape. There are other projects in the Northwest, the Eastern Cape, the Free State, Limpopo, and in Mpumalanga. And I just want to say that those that have already been experienced that rehabilitation are employing nearly 37,000 people, including hosting a number of black-owned industrial companies. And I can say also that as a result of the upgrading in the ones that have been launched so far, we have seen an interested appetite by investors, both in expanding existing activities and also new investors coming into those parks. So that's the first phase. And the second phase will focus on other infrastructure. The third phase will focus on building clusters and supporting enterprises involved in those industrial parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mantashe.
Thank you, Minister. Does your department and yourself intend ensuring that the SEZ Act is extended to apply to industrial parks to attract small businesses inside the park so that they don't remain a white elephant? And whether you are expecting help from your sister departments to assist you with the funds that are essential for infrastructure development in those industrial parks? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much for the follow-up. It's not our intention to extend the SEZ Act to all industrial parks on a blanket basis. However, the integration of old and existing industrial parks into the SEZ program is done on a case-by-case basis. Where there is an economic case that's strong and the potential for high-impact industrial intervention is warranted, that integration will be considered. An example is the old Chiami Industrial Park, which is now part of the Maluti Apofong Industrial Development Zone in the Free State Province. As I said earlier, the DTI is currently involved in the first phase of the revitalization program, which focuses on the security infrastructure. Then in later phases, we'll focus on industrial clusters development within these. As we move closer to this phase, the department will forge partnerships with a range of other departments and agencies to ensure a more holistic developmental approach. And in this phase, more work will be done on skills development, incubation, technology support, market development, export development, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, it's amazing that you had the answer to that question so quickly on your iPad, but I'm sure that it wasn't given to you beforehand. But, Chair, with respect to the industrial parks, I've been to all of them, except the one in the Northwest, and it's a disgrace that 22 years after democracy, you are now only doing something about it. You've spent 179 million rand to date, and yet your department has not given the committee a business plan on how it intends to sustain the parks. You haven't given any indication what incentives local government or provincial governments will offer to get businesses to come into very far and rural areas. So will you commit to not spending any more money on the parks until those incentives are secured to, and I quote, to use the Honourable Mantashe's words, to ensure that they are not white elephants? I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
It's a bit rich coming from the Honourable McPherson. The Honourable McPherson told the Portfolio Committee when this proposal was put forward, he told them that these were apartheid dinosaurs that were being resurrected by the DTI. That's what he said. So if he wants to say that we're 22 years too late, I think he would have been 22 years later than us. But the point is, I think that I've already made the point. There are significant numbers of people that are working in these parks. There are significant numbers of black enterprises, and for relatively small investments, we get relatively significant returns for them. No, we are going to carry on to roll them out. Of course, we look at the viability of the projects when we choose them. We've been doing that. The operators of those industrial parks are not the DTI. The operators are provincial entities of one sort or another. I think that we have seen the improvement that's taking place. We have seen that our incentive is well spent, and I'm very happy with the progress that's been made. Thank you very much.
Honorable Esther Reisen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, the number of industrial parks might not increase significantly, as there is, for one, no discounted property policy in place. In job creation, business is skeptical knowing South Africa's hostile labor force, and in these remote areas, it will make it even more difficult to hire or fire workers, as most workers or all would be from the same villages. What would be the solution to this challenge from your department's perspective?
Minister.
You know, I think that there's, from the two honourable gentlemen that have just asked follow-ups, there's an ignorance about economic activity that takes place out of the kind of parts of South Africa that they know. Actually, there's a very dynamic industrial activity that takes place, including the one I went to just earlier this week, a company like Twizzler, which has expanded enormously from a very small base in Queenstown, is now a very competitive soft drinks manufacturer. A company like Black Spot, which is a black-owned small printing company, which is making great progress over time. I don't think it's the case that these are all businesses that are not viable, that can't take off. These are businesses that are taking off. They need a more secure environment in which to operate. They need a higher quality of infrastructure. And when we provide that, I think we see good returns for the money we spend. Thank you.
Honorable Mokaus.
Minister, Industrial Parks Revitalization Program is in a way effort to decentralize industrialization, particularly for industrial parks in former homelands and rural areas. Apartheid government had conceived decentralization industrialization policy for all the wrong reasons, particularly influx control of black people in big metros. Despite heavy state subsidies, low wages and tax incentives, many of these so-called growth points were never viable because of cheap imports. Given that the capitalist world economy in which the program is positioned has not changed, what is different now that will make manufacturing viable within these industrial parks without protecting and strategic control and access to industrial inputs?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I think that the honourable member has grasped one of the key objectives of the program, that is industrial decentralization. It's to ensure that we have industrial development that takes place not just in the established centres of the country, but also more broadly. It also is that we promote greater economic inclusion by so doing. Now, I mean, the honourable member is right. A lot of these, they were started by, with some kind of apartheid background. So, for example, in the area we were in, the Komani Industrial Park, the eventual idea is it will amalgamate two, Queen Industrial, which was in White Queenstown, and Isibeleni, which was in the former Transkei. It'll amalgamate those. Those two separate parks will now be amalgamated into a single park. But I think the point is that although they had that intention, although there might have been a number of fly-by-night enterprises that have subsequently gone away, there are still important industrial activities that are taking place in those parks that I think that might surprise a number of honourable members. I think the Honourable McPherson is one of them. There are some viable activities that are taking place, and our intervention to support them, I think, is doing good work to create better environment for those businesses to thrive and prosper in those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is question 215.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Order, Honourable McPherson.
Chairperson, there were only 3 follow-ups on that. Can I please take the 4th one?
No, there were 4.
No, there were.
The first one was Honorable Mantashe, who had asked the question, and then 3 other members. Thank you very much, Honorable McPherson. We now go to question 215, which is a question asked by Honorable Begwa to Minister of Tourism. Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question is about the growth of domestic tourism and the marketing of domestic tourism. We have seen some encouraging signs of domestic tourism growth during the first 6 months, namely the months of January to June of 2016. Domestic tourism trips grew by over 22% compared to the same period in 2015. In total, adult South Africans took 12.7 million trips during that period, compared to 10.4 million trips over the same period in 2015. The total domestic tourism spend grew by 67%, from 9.1 billion to 15.2 billion during the same period. These gains came after domestic tourism had seen a decline of 12.5% in 2015 compared to 2014. The most encouraging aspect, Chairperson, is the growth of holiday trips at 9.8% during the first 6 months of 2016 compared to the same period in 2015. We continue to work with provincial authorities and industry partners to grow the domestic tourism sector. And our approach includes the following: building a culture of holiday travel, particularly amongst Black South Africans, creating awareness about travel opportunities, working with product owners on affordability issues, and supporting tours targeted at Stokvel youth and elderly groups. Entrenching a tourism culture among all South Africans is a long-term project in an environment where the majority of our population have historically not traveled much for leisure. The current economic climate means that spending on travel will have to compete with other priority items. We must continue to promote and demonstrate the value of leisure travel to all South Africans. The Department of Tourism is finalizing a review of the domestic tourism strategy, and this will also have bearing on the future direction of domestic tourism marketing, as well as activities to build a culture of travel. Thanks, Chairperson.
Siyabonga Ngqongqoshe, ilungu elihloniphekile uBekwa.
No, thanks, Chair. Minister, thanks for your response. Minister, the key partnership initiative you have outlined with the 100 million budgeted for this does not reflect the extent to which the South African tourism has been successful in creating meaningful jobs. Could you give an indication of this? Secondly, surely, Minister, the focus going forward must be on the small operators and the businesses whose focus and interest is on the growth of a domestic market in their immediate surroundings, which will secure the objectives of the program. Thank you very much.
Ngqongqoshe.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the breakdown of jobs, clearly, we're talking about tourism in its totality, and whether it's international tourist arrivals or domestic trips undertaken in the country, they all contribute very significantly to job creation, because that's what tourism is by its very nature. It's an employment-intensive sector. So, all of travel and the entire value chain that comes along with everything associated with travel and tourism results in a very high translation into jobs, conversion into jobs, if that is what the question is mainly about. And that is the benefits that ordinary South Africans derive from growth in tourism. Of course, there is a bigger challenge, and I think that is partly the second part of the question, and that is, how does one achieve inclusive growth in the growth of tourism? How do historically disadvantaged enterprises and historically disadvantaged people also have their share in enjoying the benefits of this growth, including tour operators, including small tour operators, tour guides, etc. By definition, of course, some of it happens without any effort, if you like, because the very fact that small businesses are there, part of the value chain, will mean that they will get a share of it. The challenge, however, is to do more to ensure that small businesses are well poised, well positioned to take full advantage of these growth opportunities. That is why just about a month ago we launched our new tourism enterprise development program, starting off with 2 incubators, one in the Pilanesberg area, one in Mpumalanga province, to ensure that we have a sort of a meaningful process of giving support to small businesses, that they are able to take full advantage of the kind of growth in tourism that we're currently experiencing, which is very significant, Madam
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Minister. Your time is up. Honorable Khawula.
Minister, we have continuously emphasized the fact that one of the major hindrances to domestic tourism in this country is lack of transformation. Accommodation remains largely under the control of white property owners. Tourism attraction remains largely under the management of white property owners. This is why major routes linked to the heritage and culture centers of African people is ignored. My question, what specifically are you doing to ensure that the industry transforms and that routes that highlights our own heritage as African people and cultures are promoted? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Well, firstly, let me say that we agree fully with your statement that much more needs to be done in order to transform the sector. So we have a situation where it is highly skewed, the ownership patterns, senior management positions occupied by whites largely. We have more and more of that information coming through in the form of statistics collections that we've done. We appointed the HSRC recently in respect of a skills development program that we're developing, or a human capital development program, to assess, what are the current demographics, what are the real needs of industry when it comes to skills development. So we have a fairly good picture when it comes to management. The biggest challenge is not so much in management, although it's significant. The other part of the challenge is the ownership and creation of opportunity to change the patterns of ownership. The two go a little bit hand in hand. So I think that the two components of transformation that we're currently working on would be a serious human resource development strategy to upgrade skills in the sector, to allow people to occupy more senior management positions, to have them positioned to do so, but also that they can migrate from there to owning their own businesses, starting their own businesses. And the second part of it is what I've just mentioned, the small enterprise development program, so that existing businesses are able to grow and able to become greater in numbers in terms of participation, and also greater in size and contribution. The Triple BEE Sector Council, Charter Council, was given the task by myself by the end of November to put forward some serious recommendations, not just on BEE compliance, but some serious recommendations on what more we can do to effect transformation in the sector. So we await that report, which will be shared with the Portfolio Committee, because we are serious, along with you, to effect meaningful transformation in the sector.
Your time is up. Honorable Foss.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Now, the Minister gave a lot of figures here today. Now, according to this report submitted to me, a substantial number of tourism infrastructure projects related to the social responsibility program have been placed on hold or are deemed incomplete to the value of more than 178 million rand due to poor management and alleged corruption. Now, given these circumstances, would the Minister agree that this failure has resulted in missed economic opportunities as well as domestic growth in rural communities? And so therefore my question is, would the Minister subject his department to an investigation conducted by the Special Investigation Unit, whose mandate is to recover and prevent financial losses to the state caused by acts of corruption, fraud and maladministration? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, Honourable Member, that we engage very robustly with the Portfolio Committee, and any proposal put to us by the Portfolio Committee, including yourself, we consider very carefully. At the moment, we have shared with the Portfolio Committee what we are doing to deal with these cases of, in some cases, simply failed projects for various reasons, and in other cases, what appears to be some kind of financial irregularity, possibly even corruption in some of these projects. And you know very well that these are all subject to forensic investigations. The department and myself, we've reported quite extensively on that to the Portfolio Committee, and we will keep the Portfolio Committee completely abreast with what comes out of these studies that are being done. It's not about the department being investigated. You probably well know that the Department of Tourism got not just an unqualified audit, but a clean audit, as did South African tourism. But we do have problems not only with some of the irregularities that seem to have occurred in some of these projects, but also the high failure rate of some of these projects, which means, as you know, we are re-examining the model to design the model in such a way that it will be more sustainable and that the failure rates will be substantially reduced. When you work in a rural area with a community in difficult circumstances, that is part of transformation. But you also know if you're dealing with projects that are going to be community owned, they do come with particular challenges. They're not easy. And we do feel that we can model them somewhat differently to ensure that the success rate is much higher.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Esther Rezen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, excuse me, I wouldn't say that the South African tourism has done badly under the current economic conditions. And for the 100 million rand ring fence for the domestic tourism, and only 5% is under target, it's actually very good at this stage. As there seems to be a reluctance for our citizens to travel domestically, which is exacerbated by the current contracting economy and very little spare cash for our citizens for domestic travel, this would be very difficult for you, for your department to overcome. And would you, after all the things you just mentioned, how would your department do all this with your smaller budget available still?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. How come none of you have asked me what happened to my shoulder, you know? Really. Shows you about... Thank you. You did.
Order.
Only one party here asked me what happened to my shoulder. I had it operated on yesterday. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be strong. I'll be strong. Don't worry. Just in answer to that question, Honourable Chairperson, you're quite right. I mean, the economic circumstances does make it difficult. In fact, that's been the case for a long time because of inequality, persistent inequality in South Africa and poverty, that we have a large number of poorer families who simply cannot afford that luxury of travel. And so it's largely to do this. It's not just about a culture of travel. It's about affordability. And so that's why we are negotiating with a number of institutions to lower the cost, to offer packages, to make it affordable even for the poorest family to go up Table Mountain, to go to Marapeng, to go to Mapungubwe. And we're getting good cooperation from state institutions, but also cooperation from the private sector, because we know that as much as we try to promote a culture of travel, if people are unable to afford to, we'll have limited success. Having said that, we still want to instill in people's minds that travel has real value. Where you have disposable income, consider travel as a life-changing experience for your family, for your children, where they can connect with other people. Consider it a way of achieving social cohesion in our society. Consider it to be a way in which we can have meaningful cultural exchanges and start to understand each other better in our country by traveling, meeting other people, and discovering our country. So instilling the desire to travel through these campaigns would be a critical component of enhancing and growing domestic tourism.
Thank you, Minister. We now move to question 230, which has been asked by Honorable Force to Minister of Tourism. Minister.
You haven't missed a 216 by any chance?
2:30.
No, 2:30, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. And this is really about the study undertaken by the department, asked by Honourable Force, on the use of electronic visas. Yes, such a study was undertaken. In 2012, the Department of Tourism undertook a policy review in respect of global developments and approaches around visa and travel facilitation. A key lesson from this exercise was that even in cases where countries apply most of the globally available measures and policy options to improve on visa and travel facilitation, these measures are applied variably depending on factors such as connectivity, security profiles of sending countries, as well as bilateral relations. So whilst the review highlights electronic visas as an option, the study looks beyond this. Some of the proposed measures include streamlining and enhancing visa administrative processes, which means sometimes just simply simplifying the procedures, shorter and or translated application forms, consistent application of regulations, online, and I might add, obviously appropriate regulations, online application, automated and or faster processing, improved customer service, improved capacity at our missions. Sometimes when everything else is in place, the people who are at our missions are just insufficient, not enough people to deal with the applications that are coming to the missions. Electronic notifications, re-examination of visa waivers. Currently about 90% of overseas arrivals are from visa-exempt countries, in fact. And electronic visas, mobile biometric capturing. So a lot of that is in motion at the moment. So these are all options that are under consideration or being applied in different ways by the Department of Home Affairs. Finding the right combinations that suit material conditions of targeted countries remains the key to successful travel facilitation. We will continue to work with the Department of Home Affairs and other partners to improve travel facilitation to our country. It should be noted, Chairperson, that in terms of its visa regime, South Africa currently has visa exemptions in place for most of our main tourist-generating markets, for both the SADC region and overseas. A visa exemption clearly means no prior visa application is made or needed in person or via an online system. Unlike an e-visa, an electronic visa, which requires human and technology resources for processing, a visa exemption, where it is possible, effectively means that no such capacity needs to be developed or put in place. So for now, although we have to look at all of the technological advances to streamline the processes, clearly where we are able to offer visa exemptions, this would represent the best way to streamline travel facilitation.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Foss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's rather disappointing hearing today that, in fact, there was a study undertaken back in 2012 already, and we are of the view that that study should have been subjected as part of the process to determine whether the implementation of these visa regulations could have been avoided, in fact. So we have maintained all along that these visa regulations should have been subjected to regulatory impact assessments as per the presidential circular to avoid these disastrous effects it had on our economy. 7.5 billion rand in total we have lost. So therefore, it's very disappointing to hear that there was a study undertaken, and today we're hearing a lot about all the different aspects relating to the visa regimes, etc. But the point is simply this: will the Minister agree that we should immediately consider the implementation of electronic visas to streamline tourist facilitation to our country, and furthermore, that we should make all of those immigration desks at Oliver Tambo International Airport operational? 800 people missed their connection flights in the month of October, resulting to 1.6 million rand loss in an 18-day period. So we need these measures immediately, and we need the Minister of Tourism today to confirm that he takes these issues very seriously and that he will stand up to Minister Gigaba's department and make sure that the tourism department will not suffer any further negative effects. Thank you.
Minister?
Well, of course, and I think one would agree with a lot of what the Honourable Force is saying. But the question is, do we take it very seriously? Will I take it very seriously? I do take it very seriously. But it's not, as you know, it's the considerations and the decisions and options taken are the domain of the Department of Home Affairs. All we could do was we could put forward some of, at that time in 2012, could you just hear me out and then you could...
Order. Order. Can we allow the minister to finish?
As we speak, I know very well that the Department of Home Affairs is looking at these options. And they have introduced, albeit with challenges that are being experienced, and we welcome it, they have introduced the capturing of biometric data at our ports of arrival. That's good. But we are very, very concerned about some of the challenges that accompany this very good development. And we are in discussion with the Department of Home Affairs as to how we can address the situation, particularly at the OR Tambo International Airport, where we have the biggest problems with the queues. At the other international airports, not so much. But at the OR Tambo, there is a big problem with queues at particular moments, and we are in discussion with the Department of Home Affairs as to how we can address that challenge. As for the e-visas, well, Minister Gigaba would be able to explain, because they are trying to look at the whole area of visa facilitation much more comprehensively. They will come forward with plans to Parliament, I'm sure, when the time comes. It includes, and I'm sure Minister Gigaba would confirm this, it would include looking at things like electronic visa applications, but at the moment it has to be looked at holistically. Clearly, where there's a case, Malaysia, for example, recently, you may have seen, Honourable Force, announced a visa exemption for Chinese travellers to Malaysia. Massive response, but at
if
a
you
visa...
can round up your answer, Minister.
Yeah, so where it is possible, and it doesn't compromise national security interests, obviously a more visa-friendly regime and visa exemptions where possible is the first and best way to go, where possible.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Paulson.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, given that in 2014, travel and tourism was positioned to add another 500,000 jobs over the coming decade, and given the issues that you just explained now with the innovations that have not been implemented, are we still on track for these 500,000 jobs, and are there any other issues that are causing a delay in us having those 500,000 jobs? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Well, as I said earlier, Chairperson, I mean, it is an employment-intensive industry, and what we're seeing now in 2016 is massive growth in our tourism numbers. Clearly, I mean, we remain with challenges to ensure that travel facilitation is improved even more, but the measures introduced by the Department of Home Affairs in response to the Interministerial Committee have really had a good effect. China, for example, take August figures, August 2016, the most recent month that we have figures for, total number of overseas travel compared to August last year, up by 22%. China, where there were some of the biggest problems regarding in-person visa applications, up by 66%, August 2016 versus August 2015. So we're seeing the growth in numbers, and the growth necessarily does translate into jobs. That is true, but it doesn't mean that there isn't more to be done. And as I said before, we're working very closely with the Department of Home Affairs to where possible, to remove some of the obstacles and to ensure that the numbers grow even more. Thank you.
Honourable Season.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, as the visa system, and if I'm not mistaken, is more decision from the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, and also, of course, Home Affairs. We all know how much tourism, with one of the smallest budgets in Parliament, contributes to a massive job creation in this country and the South African economy as a whole. But will you also agree with us, Honourable Minister, that tourism is competing with 200 other countries, and tourists will simply select another destination that offers less cumbersome and expensive processes to visit. Now, could you, or what could you, from purely the Department of Tourism, do to make visiting South Africa for the international tourists as administratively easy as possible? Thank you.
Minister?
Chairperson, thank you. I think the critical ingredients are the following. Market our country creatively in a targeted way, spend money on it, but spend the money wisely so that you get the best return for your money in your marketing endeavors. So market our country. Secondly, improve the visitor experience in our country to make South Africa a more sought-after place, a more attractive destination. And thirdly, as much as possible, remove these impediments. It's airlift, it's visas, etc. Make it easier for people to travel to South Africa, make it a good experience, and do your marketing and do it well. So then we can use our existing budget and get good returns on our existing budget. It doesn't mean that there isn't a strong case for increased allocations to the Department of Tourism, but you can make the case, I won't. The facts need to speak for themselves. So we're working on a business case, we're working on state of tourism reports which indicates, because perhaps it isn't fully appreciated by society as a whole, the huge value that tourism has. Treasury has certainly seen it. We had a meeting recently with Treasury officials, with the CEOs of all of the major hotel groups. This is our third meeting. They have now, we've established various work streams. One of the work streams is on marketing. Jointly with industry, we're speaking about a 5-on-5, that we believe in the next 5 years, if we do all of the right things, we can increase the tourism numbers by 5 million over the next 5 years. It can be done. But then we have to work together, we have to work smart, and truly tourism becomes the new gold in South Africa. At the moment, it's recognized as the one growth sector, where other sectors are struggling in the face of commodity prices and other factors, but we stand to benefit from the exchange rate at the moment. What we must do is to, all of us here in this room, be tourist ambassadors, to make sure that tourists have a good experience with, and we'll get the numbers. Thank you.
Honorable Foss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last month, the Department of Home Affairs published the draft visa regulations for further comment and input. Now, we know that the main problem within the visa regulations is the unabridged birth certificate requirement. Now, it's also common knowledge that the unabridged birth certificate requirement is not perhaps the most secure document to curb child trafficking, because there are other international best practices which has proven this point, and we are the only country, unfortunately Botswana has now also decided to implement the UBC requirement, but nonetheless, so we are actually the only country that's considered to implement this particular requirement. Now, we have suffered huge blows from our key source markets in terms of the unabridged birth certificate requirement. Now, my question is that, did the Minister make use of this period for comment to indicate the unhappiness from industry as so far as the unabridged birth certificate requirement is concerned? We did certainly make a submission that it should be scrapped altogether, and I would like to know whether the Minister also did the same in terms of adhering to the calls from industry.
Minister?
Thank you very much. Obviously, those submissions are going to be received by the Department of Home Affairs and not ourselves. But what you've got at the moment is a gazetted draft regulation and submissions being invited. That period has closed. You've made submissions. Industry has made submissions. These all go to the Immigration Advisory Board, so that the regulations, especially those from a tourism point of view, those pertaining to the travel requirements for minors, that the necessary amendments can be effected on the regulations. So at the next Immigration Advisory Board meeting, and I'm sure Minister Gigaba is very well aware of it, this will be entertained. Proposed amendments arising out of that public consultation process will be put forward so that ultimately we can give effect to the cabinet decision, whatever nuance there might be, because we will obviously listen to what various people have said, but at the end of the day, we know that without wanting to compromise the effort to combat human trafficking, We've got to find a way and a formula to deal with visa-exempt countries in particular when it comes to the requirement of an unabridged birth certificate. That is currently, as we speak, being given attention to between the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Tourism, but looking at all of the submissions received by whoever made submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to question number 216, which has been asked by Honorable E.K. M. Masihela to the Minister of Tourism. Minister.
You don't have any mercy on a man with a sore shoulder. Right. You don't. Okay. The answer, Chairperson, is yes. The National Tourism Careers Expo has had a positive impact since its inception in 2008. The NTCE, the National Tourism Careers Expo, is the largest tourism education event in South Africa, and it is geared towards addressing the challenges in the supply of skills to the South African tourism industry, and also to promote tourism as a career of choice. It is used as a platform to advance strategies and initiatives that are focusing on promoting investment in human capital in this sector. The NTCE is a response to the objectives as outlined in the National Tourism Sector Strategy and the National Tourism Human Resource Development Strategy, which I've mentioned are both under review at the moment. Over the period of the existence of the NTCE platform, it has managed to achieve one of its objectives at least, which is to promote careers in the tourism and positioning the sector as an employer of choice. Over the past 8 years, it has reached in excess of 100,000 learners. The part A of the question on the exhibition platforms, yes, there are an opportunity for learners and graduates to gather information and to have an understanding of the subsectors within the tourism value chain. As I've already said, it's a very extensive value chain. The nature of the businesses that interact with participants include accommodation, tour operators, travel, adventure tourism, hospitality, training institutions, placement agencies, spas and wellness centers, financial institutions, and so forth. On the question of it includes, of course, associations which cover chefs, sommeliers, and other training programs, and then aviation as well. On the question as to how many graduates have been matched to employers, in truth, we don't have a system in place as yet to track those who were exposed in various ways by school groups coming to the NTCE and who were permanently employed after attending the NTCE. It's very difficult for us to determine that your career choice was made because you attended a particular career exhibition. However, the department has managed to track the temporary employment. To date, the NTC platform has managed to expose about 640 tourism graduates in various areas such as event and project management skills on a temporary employment basis. Every year, 80 tourism graduates are recruited to be part of the project management team during the event, which lasts for 3 days. 8 unemployed graduates were employed for 5 months during the planning and implementation of the NTCE. I should just say, Chairperson, we've had that discussion with the Portfolio Committee. The Honourable Force will remember, and other members here will remember, that while we have a big event, and we had the big event in Bloemfontein this year, we think that there will be greater value, and we're currently discussing this, in decentralizing it, having far more smaller events to expose a greater number of learners to the career opportunities that exist in tourism. So as I said, the department is updating our National Tourism Human Resource Development Framework for the country, which will help provide recommendations on skills and careers-related activities to be undertaken in the future. Thank you.
Honorable Masihela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the comprehensive answer. Honorable Minister, it is clear that the National Tourism Career Expo has a potential of enhancing skill development, and youth employment opportunities in this sector. Will the minister consider changing the modus operandi of hosting the National Tourism Career Expo with the shift of hosting its annual event in one province to decentralize it for hosting the event in all provinces at a particular year so that it can reach more learners and educators? Because as it is presently, Honorable Minister, the 9th province will only have the opportunity of hosting it in 2032. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Honourable Member. I think it was yourself who made that recommendation at the Portfolio Committee, and we think it's a good suggestion. As much as it's good to give a profile to a single event in a single city, it just doesn't reach enough people. So we are following up on your proposal, and we are quite sure that next year it will happen differently and it will be far more decentralized to give a far greater number of learners exposure to the career opportunities in the tourism sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Low.
Thanks, Chair. Access to funding for prospective tourism students remained a major stumbling block for young people wanting to be tourism professionals. What measures have you put in place to ensure that prospective tourism professionals are funded and access to education institutions? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
The short answer, I suppose, is not enough. What we have is a lot of initiatives by the private sector itself. So hotel groups, Tsogo-san has perhaps been the most exemplary for their training programs that they have. We have our own training programs. We've got, as I mentioned, we have a sommeliers training program, chefs training program. We have what we call our tourism buddies, hospitality program, etc. But we're not reaching enough people. And in answer to your question, I think you're also talking about possible bursaries or financing of people who go to either hotel schools or to universities. I think they have to tap in on other grants and other, we don't want to go into that other debate about higher education right now. But I think it's a combination of specialized training. Most people in the tourism industry get training on the job, get training in hotels, at the guest houses. We need more interns, and we need to spend more money on training and skills development. And it is now, as we revise our sector strategy, it's going to occupy one of the central positions as one of the key pillars of ensuring that we achieve more inclusive growth in the tourism sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Foss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, on the back of creating an appetite for careers in tourism, likewise is transformation in the tourism sector also central to this theme. So therefore, Minister, your department is quoted as saying that an assessment of the sector was undertaken, and in this regard, a development program was introduced for black women, specifically to get them into the tourism industry and to develop their skills. Now, we fully support this transformation in the tourism industry because ultimately that will achieve the goal of making sure that tourism creates an inclusive opportunity for more people to get into the industry, and so therefore the opportunities and benefits will be expanded upon. But Minister, can you confirm exactly what this assessment has recommended to achieve real transformation and exactly what this particular development program entails?
Honorable Minister.
I mean, one is quite a small component of a much bigger program of human capital development or human resource development, and it is targeted. That particular program is targeting women so that they can achieve management positions in the sector. It's a relatively small part of it, but important. If I'm not mistaken, the contract is with the University of Pretoria. I think the other initiatives, we have to see it as a package of initiatives. Right now, you probably are aware that people are undergoing language training. The outcome of the HSRC report is that we are not necessarily targeting the real needs. So while we do have these important programs, the HRC program has really listed, in consultation with the industry, where the real needs are for training. And now what we need to do is to align the training offered, to align it with the needs of the industry. Clearly, I mean, it's perhaps a no-brainer, we've said it. Training tour guides becomes critically important. Language training will assist, but it's a package of measures. So, I mean, you know, training women to occupy senior management positions, I think it's great. But it's just one component of a much bigger one. We do eagerly await, as I said earlier, the recommendations from the Charter Council on what they feel would be appropriate measures to further transform the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have one slot and there is no name on my monitor. Any member who would like to ask a supplementary question? If there's none, time.
My
No.
button is switched on. May I proceed?
You just asked a supplementary question. You want to ask another one?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, because we
Right.
have the slot. It's fine.
All right, thank you very much. Minister, thank you for your answer with regards to the transformation of the sector. Now, what is important is that when the department allocates funding towards the training of people for these various programs, it's important that they stay within the tourism industry so that ultimately the tourism industry benefits from their expanded skills and all of the other training that they have received. What measures does your department put in place to ensure that those people that receive the training remains within the industry so that we ultimately get bang for our buck, or buck for our bang? But it's important that we get value for our money from those people that are placed within those programs. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Gee, that's a tough question so late in the day, because at the end of the day, we can't guarantee retention. What we're seeing, though, with the hotel groups that really value their employees, that there is a very low attrition rate and a very high retention rate, including the interns that they bring into their own hotels and their own hotel group training programs, that the retention levels are quite high. What we're seeing, like, for example, with the chef's training program, that the absorption of the people who undergo that program is quite high. But we cannot, of course, we can't say that people who are trained with hospitality skills and tourism-related skills are not going to migrate elsewhere. And I don't know if I have the magic formula to ensure that there'll be a high level of retention of people who have those skills. But, I think observations show that people who enter the tourism sector generally do it with a great deal of passion, and they work their way up from a very low level to the top. So it doesn't mean that they won't migrate somewhere along the line, but I think the more opportunities that are created, the less likely we're going to get people going elsewhere, because they will stay in a sector that represents not only opportunity for career development, but also opportunity for opening up own businesses, which in the tourism sector is probably, as you know, the opportunities are far more, and entry requirements are quite low, even capital entry requirements, if you're going to be a small tour operator or a tour guide. So I think that the investment, without a doubt, while there's no guarantee of retention, the investment is in response to growing opportunities that the sector offers.
Thank you. Time allocated for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed on Hansard. The next item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. We move that the House, subject to the concurrence of the National Council of Provinces, extends the deadline by which the ad hoc Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest has to report to the 31st of March 2017. I so move, House Chair.
Thank you. I now put the questions. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The first order of the day, the Secretary will lead the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on 2016 revised fiscal framework.
Honorable Karim.
Where do I press?
It's on.
Madam Chair, comrades and colleagues, I'm going to focus largely on the fiscal framework report that our committee adopted yesterday. And it appears, of course, in today's ATC, which you can look at, and so I will not deal with it in great length. But for the most part, I'll be dealing with what's in the report. Now, we started by actually pointing out in our report, once again, that the Money Bills Act by which we have to operate in terms of timelines is far too onerous for us. And what we're asking for is the committee itself has to pay concerted attention to this matter. And by the time we look at next year's MTBPS and the fiscal framework, we would like to operate in terms of timelines that are more sensible and allow us to be much more vigorous and effective in our oversight. We also need greater capacity than we currently have. So we are very, very clear that we are unhappy to have to process this legislation or this statement, this fiscal framework, in terms of the current dispensation in the Money Bills Act. So that's out by next year this time. We will do so in terms of the amended Money Bills Act, which, by the way, is in our hands. In other words, it's Parliament, not the executive, that must act on this in terms of a resolution before this House. The committees themselves, our committee and the committee in the NCOP, weren't able to do this because of our huge legislative load and our oversight responsibilities, but we mean to attend to this by next year. The committee's report notes that we recognize as a committee the severity of the economic growth and job creation challenges that confront our country. I read from the text. Even the projected 0.5% growth in 2016 may not be realized. Prospects for global growth are also dim. But it's not as if the country is powerless. Through working together across the divides and implementing decisions already taken, including the 9-point plan, effectively and speedily, conditions can certainly be improved to lift growth and create jobs. The committees agree with the Minister of Finance's constant emphasis in his speech to the House 2 weeks ago on the need for unity and action, on the need to act together for a better future, on the commitment to building a coalition for faster growth. These are excerpts of what he said. It is captured very well, we believe, in his reference to the Perry saying that lions that fail to work as a team will struggle to bring down...
Honorable Karim, please take your seat. Honorable Waters.
I rise on a point of order, Rule 92. I thought we had agreed that all declarations would be 2 minutes from now. The Honourable Karim's took for over 2.5 minutes.
Honorable Karim is introducing a report. And according to the table, it's 10 minutes. I'm not sure.
That's how it's always been done.
My understanding is that we agreed to declarations of 2 minutes for everybody.
For everything, yes. And I did ask the table staff because I was also confused by that, and they told me it's 10 minutes for this one and all the other following ones.
Can I just point out to the House, Madam
Can I
Chair?
be advised by the table again? Because I did ask. I was also surprised. Thank you.
That's how it's been done all the
I'm told this is different. But if there are members who are going to declare, it will be 2 minutes. Thank you. Continue.
Just to point out, colleagues and comrades, this is the norm. The fiscal framework is presented by usually the chair or his or her representative for 10 minutes, and then we have a declaration. On our side, Pule Mabi will be responding, because this is the framework, if you like, for the revised fiscal framework and the budget over the next 3 years.
Continue, Honourable Member.
It's not I who decides this. The Rules Committee can address that. Let me go on to say that the Minister says in Paddy that lions that fail to work as a team will struggle to bring down even a limping buffalo. There are multiple meanings to this, but the Minister is correct to say, and I quote, "What we seek and more can be done if we collectively make the right choices, support confidence and investment in the economy, create a predictable and stable policy and political environment, and put the national interest first. The point is, it's up to us, as he says. So in short, the committee's view is as difficult and as dire as the economic circumstances are, and as bleak as the prospects for global growth are. It's not as if we're impotent. It's not as if we are powerless. That if we unite across our divides, and if we give concerted attention to economic growth and job targets, if we implement the 9-point plan aggressively, and that's not the responsibility of government alone, but this parliament too, civil society, the trade unions and business, we can in fact lift the conditions for growth and jobs. And so we say that overall, we agree as a committee on the MTBPS presented and the balanced and measured fiscal consolidation part that doesn't negatively affect service delivery and ensures social protection. So we welcome the risk report. What Treasury has done, which is very good, it's presented for the first time a report on what it thinks are the risks to fiscal frameworks that it's presented to us. And we think this should be done regularly as part of the MTBPS. We think they must report in our quarterly reports that we receive from them on how these risks are being managed. We also say that South Africa faces, as we acknowledge in the committee, difficult fiscal choices in the years ahead. In conditions of slow economic growth, fiscal consolidation, whether in the form of higher taxes or lower expenditure, can weaken the recovery. On the other hand, the country remains highly vulnerable to global economic conditions, and government needs to stabilize growth to GDP. The debt to GDP ratios. The committee recommends for now that National Treasury keeps to these ratios until we ourselves as the committee come to our own views over time. We ask for the Parliamentary Budget Office and for National Treasury to engage with us on what might be seen in the context of our economic and developmental goals as a reasonable and sustainable debt to GDP ratio. The committee has welcomed the appointment of the new board, an SAA, but we are concerned about SAA and other state-owned entities' exposure of state guarantees. It remains one of the largest risks to the fiscal consolidation part and the national fiscus, given, of course, that a significant part of the SOE debt is foreign-denominated and more exposed to external shocks. The committee also recognizes that the balance sheets, if you add the contingent liabilities, the balance sheets deteriorates to more than 50% over the medium term. This is of serious concern to us. We welcome the allocation of funds for post-school education. We will engage further with the Appropriations Committee, which begins its work earnestly after today, to look at what can be done without prejudicing other important economic and social programs, to consider over time, in a measured way, further increases towards post-school education. We also are particularly concerned about the losses on leases, the amount of money spent on buildings and infrastructure in leases. We want this to stop. We want National Treasury to engage with the relevant departments to reduce this over time. We're concerned about the rate of unemployment increase from 25% to 26.5% within the first and second quarters of 2016, a loss of 112,000 jobs. The committee asks that National Treasury, we're reviewing this, look at its jobs fund and a whole series of other measures, government as a whole, in which National Treasury as a role has to reduce to increase jobs and reduce the unemployment. We also talk about the importance of what the FFC had to say, which is they said that the short to medium term job creation initiative should focus on reskilling laid off workers in the mining and steel industries through the skills levy, as well as streamlining job creation schemes to focus on few selected strategic sectors. We welcome COSATU's concerns about the labor inspectors and the unintended consequences of the EPWP, and we say that this matter has to be attended to. We also talk about the need to look at tax increases in a way that doesn't unduly prejudice the poor and disadvantaged sectors. Now we say, let's look at VAT, but let's look at how it's possible to avoid its disproportional consequences for relatively disadvantaged strata. We've said to COSATU, come with proposals on that regard, and if Treasury is thinking about this, it must be part, it seems to us, of a package of proposals that ensure that we do not stifle growth on the one hand, and in particular, that we do not prejudice disadvantaged communities. I also want to draw your attention to our report pointing out that I'll skip this because, in fact, there's, for those of you here too, you can look at it in the ATC report this morning. But I will point out that we are particularly welcoming of the work of the Chief Procurement Office. The committee urges, however, that inefficiencies in public procurement, such as the huge wastage spent on goods and services, be addressed, and consequent management be implemented speedily, and reports be provided to National Treasury's quarterly briefings to the committee. So we want to see consequences for those who waste money. We reiterate our recommendation that much swifter and more decisive action needs to be taken against civil servants who are responsible for Public Finance Management Act transgressions and for failure to perform. We also welcome the relevant departments that have made progress in this regard. We recognize that, look, on the cost containment measures, there's been a significant decline in the wastage of funds. But we still think there's room for more, and one proposal we've got is to ask Treasury, which we've done in our report, to engage with the Auditor General's office and establish the possibilities of the AG's office looking at all three spheres of government and public entities and establishing to what extent they are implementing National Treasury's proposals and rules and regulations on cost containment. In short, what does our report say? If not, yes, we are in a difficult space, but the whole world is. And not least the United States of America today with the result that you've got. So what we are talking about is to recognize that part of our problems, at least, are part of a global set of challenges.
Thank you very much.
But there are many others that we can certainly do much about, and we can and will.
The
Thank you very
time
much.
has expired. Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted, but prior there has been a request for declarations. DA?
Chairperson, the Finance Minister delivered the medium-term budget policy statement 2 weeks ago in Parliament. He did so in a calm, measured, reassuring tone designed to prevent market jitters. However, behind his calm, measured and reassuring tone are some numbers which should be cause for concern to all of us in South Africa. Think about it. Economic growth, 0.5%. Inflation, 6.4%. The fiscal deficit, 150.5 billion. Net loan debt, 2 trillion. And debt service costs, 147.7 billion. And worst of all, 8.9 million people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. To put things in perspective, if nothing changes, we will spend 11.5 billion rand more on debt service costs in 2 years' time than we spend on health this year. Think about that. 11.5 billion rand more in 2 years' time than we spend on health this year. It is staggering. And for that reason, we cannot support the recommendation contained in this report to support the fiscal framework adopted by Parliament. But what we can do, and what we do, is support some of the recommendations in the report, including the recommendation to establish an ad hoc committee to conduct oversight of the implementation of structural reforms to grow the economy and create jobs, to ensure that the Auditor General conducts audits of compliance with cost containment measures, and to ensure Treasury tables quarterly reports on contingent liabilities. These recommendations will make a real difference if they are implemented by the Minister and Parliament. I thank you.
IFF.
Thank you, House Chair. Before the Gupta-led mafia faction of the ANC, the biggest threat to the national fiscus was contingent liabilities and guarantees for state-owned entities, as most of them are crippled by inefficiencies and a lack of clear economic policy directive on state-owned entities' role in the industrial policy. However, all that has changed, and the nuclear energy procurement has just become the largest risk to the national fiscus. Despite the fact that it is unaffordable and it is likely to cripple our national fiscus, This has now been made worse by the fact that Mr. Zuma and the Guptas have already accepted bribes from Russia, and the nuclear energy procurement will go ahead despite all irrationality. What is particularly concerning is the secrecy, irrational decisions, and the misguiding of the public as the process of nuclear...
Honorable Chairperson, I stand on a point of order in accordance
Honorable Paulson,
with rule
please.
number 82, and to ask the Speaker to say if there is any allegations against the President and the Russians, that should be in a form of a substantive motion.
That is noted. Honorable member, please make sure that such issues need substantive motion.
What is particularly
Continue.
concerning is the secrecy, irrational decisions, and the misguiding of the public as the process of nuclear energy procurement unfold. At first, the Department of Energy was the lead department in the nuclear build procurement, and the minister was hell-bent on keeping it as secretive as possible. On the 3rd of November, Cabinet issued a statement to amend its decision of 10 June 2015 to designate the South African Nuclear Corporation as the implementing agent for the nuclear build program. Let alone the fact that the 10th of June 2015 Cabinet statement does not make mention of the amended decision. The only reason why this decision is made is because the Guptas have successfully captured Eskom. The Guptas have tasted the water with the Geta corrupt and possibly illegal contract of more than 600 million rand, and that was used to buy Optimum coal mine, and now they are focusing on the nuclear energy deal. The evidence on the recently released report by the Public Protector on the state of capture shows that the board at Eskom are improperly appointed and not in line with good corporate governance.
Thank you very much. Honorable Paulson, your time has now
The
expired.
EFF
Thank
does
you.
not support the adoption of this report. Thank you, Chairperson.
IFP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the Minister of Finance must be commended for the manner in which he navigated himself when he delivered the medium-term budget policy statement last month. He not only had to juggle and balance competing priorities with limited fiscal resources at his disposal, but also ensure that South Africa remained on a trajectory of achieving its social and economic goals for the MTEF period. The Minister was frank and honest about our current reality, and it is abundantly clear that the road ahead will not be easy, and some tough decisions moving forward await. The looming threat, for example, of a further downgrade by credit rating agencies, as well as the downwards revision of the by National Treasury of this year's growth forecast to 0.5%, coupled together with the crisis levels of unemployment, speaks to the challenges which South Africa is faced with. Unemployment remains a national crisis and a national emergency. In this regard, the IFP is concerned that increasing debt currently stands at just over 2 trillion rands and currently generates a debt repayment of 147 billion rands per year, and the worry is warranted should the country suffer another credit ratings downgrade and the payment will increase, and that additional debt service fee will have to be found from the fiscus. However, the IFP maintains that however good the minister's statement was, in the absence of leadership, with currently what prevails is corrupt and dishonest leadership, and an absence of patriotism, which are systematic cancers which cripple our economy, much to the detriment of the dreams of our people who live a daily struggle every day to make ends meet. What is needed is leadership that is equal to the task at hand, driven by the conviction to serve and committed to do the right things at the right time for no other reason other than it being for the benefit of the people and their development, and to grow our economy, to create jobs, decrease inequality, and eradicate poverty. This means we must avoid repeating the Nene Gate with the Godan Gate.
Thank you very much.
The IFP supports
Your
this
time
report. I thank
has
you.
expired. NFP.
Chairperson, the overall message of the Minister of Finance medium-term budget policy statement was that with decisive action and collaborative effort, South Africa could emerge from this period of economic uncertainty and achieve the growth required for its goals. The National Freedom Party believes that it is within the context of the Minister's message that we should view the report of the Standing Committee on Finance tabled here today. There can be no doubt that in the current conditions of slow economic growth, fiscal consolidation is a necessity, but one which will not weaken our economic recovery. To put it bluntly, fiscal consolidation is going to put our country between a rock and a hard place. On the other hand, higher taxes will certainly impact on our desirability as an investor environment of choice, and on the other hand, lower expenditure will impact on government's ability to deliver services. The National Freedom Party believes that our comparatively low growth rate can be attributed to internal problems we have. These obstacles to economic growth are all significantly influenced by government activity and policy, and issues such as a looming credit downgrade, infrastructure bottlenecks, low levels of competition in certain markets, a volatile labor relations environment, regulatory constraints, red tapes, inefficiencies in state-owned enterprises, and economic policy uncertainty all contribute to our bleak economic growth outlook. Economists have warned that if economic growth remains below 2%, the government will not be able to sustain current spending based on its policy directives. Without the necessary economic growth, South Africa will not be able to provide and sustain free quality education.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
Much needed national health
ANC.
plan. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We have never denied that there are economic challenges. And I mean, of course, which country doesn't have that? I mean, there has been, I'm sure you're also going to blame us for elections of Donald Trump in the US, if you start like that. You know, we're going to be blamed the same way we get blamed about many things. We're also going to be blamed about the election of Donald Trump. The Republicans are not friends of the ANC. They are your friends. And with the UK about to begin effecting their withdrawal from the AU, there are more challenges to the global economy looming. So tell me again, Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, is the ANC responsible for Brexit? Are you also going to blame us for this?
House Chair.
Honorable Mabe, please take your seat.
I was
Yes.
asked a question. I'm happy to respond if that's required.
Just leave it.
Must I leave it? Because if I'm going to ask questions, then we want to talk about
Do you want
KG
to
Media,
answer the question that will be posed by
salaries
the
that
Chief
shouldn't be
Whip?
paid by PRASA?
Honorable Chief Whip, are you asking the question? Oh, no. Okay, continue, Honorable Mabe.
No, thanks. The Chief Whip of the DA is becoming a serious newspaper activist. So are we also going to be blamed that we are responsible for, we're going to blame the ANC for Brexit. The Tories are friends of the DA. You brought Honorable Mania here. He didn't say a lot, of course, to just mention the Auditor General in passing. He sits in the committee of, in the committee of, Select Committee on Finance. He should have known better what kind of interventions are we coming up with. You know? You know what? Despite the bleak global economic outlook, South Africa is not lost. As the Minister of Finance and the government are saying, we need to have all hands on deck. And we must also put these hands to make sure that we resolve some of these chaos that want to project everything that is a failure in South Africa to the ANC. We need to unite as never before and forge a national consensus on ensuring economic growth and job creation, and stop investigating one another for things that are not there. We need as Parliament to play our full and effective role in encouraging government, business, the trade unions and civil society to cooperate in ensuring
Thank you
growth
very much,
and job
Honorable
creation.
Mabe.
Thank
Your
you.
time has expired. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I will put the question. Those in favor of the report being adopted say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Waters?
Please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
The DA's objection will be noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
The EFF's objection is noted. The Secretary will read the order. Honorable members, order. The Secretary will read the second to the fourth orders together.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on Office of Chief Justice and Judicial Administration. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on Department of Correctional Services.
Thank you. I'll now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for adoption of the reports for Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration, Department of Correctional Services.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the reports be adopted. There's been a request for declaration DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The BRRR hearings and processes followed by the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services is on the whole quite unsatisfactory. Firstly, this situation is caused by the time constraints imposed by the PFMA and the Money Bills Act. This committee is tasked with interrogating the annual reports and financial performance material of 3 departments and 6 entities or divisions, all who come to present separately. Apart from the available time or lack thereof to engage with these presentations, the Portfolio Committee is simply not in a position to do the quality of oversight expected of Parliament. Quite possibly, this is one of the reasons why many of the issues facing the departments and entities recur from year to year. Despite a better audit outcome, it is still difficult to ascertain whether the Department of Correctional Services really performed better, as the reliability and usefulness of its indicators is still suspect. Similarly, the continued downhill slide in the performance of the SIU needs more than the cursory attention it receives from the Portfolio Committee. The trouble the criminal justice system as a whole finds itself in calls for bold and incisive action, and yet this report once again brushes over this crisis with a superficial observation and remarks. This is also due to the fact that time constraints only allow for superficial engagements with role players. Last but not least, at the insistence of the ANC members of the Portfolio Committee, this report contains an inappropriate call on the judiciary to play what is called a vital role in rapidly transforming our legal system. Despite admitting in the same breath that the committee is aware that policy issues lie in the domain of the executive, the Democratic Alliance does not support this report.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Service Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report. The Office of the Chief Justice is the only glimmer of hope in this portfolio. They have continued to show to the rest of South Africa the finest quality we should all have and we should all aspire in terms of spotless leadership and in terms of adherence to the rule of law. It is this office that remains seriously underfunded. There are currently underfunded mandates creating a shortfall of about 100 million. We urge the department to ensure that the Office of the Chief Justice is fully funded. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, on the other hand, is a prime example of how not to run a department. Lower courts are overburdened with case overload, and yet the department underspent 109 million responsible for magistrate salaries. This means that magistrates who ought to have been employed are not employed, leaving those already inside the system with the burden of case backlog, and with many young people in prison who ought to have had their days in court. A visit to one of the centers of prison by the Department of Correctional Services will show how respect for basic human rights have long escaped the department. Portsmouth Prison is not a rehabilitation center, but a center for transforming soft criminals to hardened criminals. Our correctional services centers are retributive and not correctional centers. Because of these reasons, and that the Minister for his conduct to have agreed to meet with the President of the ANC who faces more than 780 criminal charges. He's one of those dead men walking in the ANC, acting in defense of a decadent social order.
Thank you very
We
much.
as the EFF
Honorable
reject this
member,
report
your
and
time has
ask again
expired.
that the Office of the Chief Justice
ACDP.
be properly supported.
ACDP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this report deals with the Department of Justice, Correctional Services, and a number of institutions such as Legal Aid South Africa, the NPA, the Special Investigating Unit, Human Rights Commission, and the Public Protector. Now, what is concerning is a general downward trend in the performance of the department and these institutions. And whilst it must be emphasized that all are suffering severe financial constraints, which we are seeing now with targets not being met, we still are concerned about a number of issues that I'd like to touch on. For example, the much lauded Legal Aid South Africa has indicated that it will not be able to provide legal representation as required in terms of the Constitution due to these budget cuts in the medium term. This is something that must be addressed. We do understand the fiscal environment and the debt consolidation path, but there are obviously consequences that we are now seeing. The Chapter 9 institutions are also complaining about the budgetary cuts and the deficits that they are struggling under. And it is for this reason that we in the committee started to question every case or investigation that is being conducted, and is it properly justifiable? Now, in this regard, we questioned why a church has been investigated by the Human Rights Commission for advocating moderate parental chastisement. This at a time when there are many dire other issues to be investigated, such as the land issues, such as access to water, and when moderate parental chastisement is permissible in terms of our law. Is this the best allocation of limited resources? We believe not. We also appreciate that the Public Protector's Office is also facing severe financial constraints with the number of investigations, and particularly now with the reviews. We also believe the SIU unit should be given extra funds. Clearly, if we give them extra funds, they'll be able to collect more funds, and this is a win-win situation.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The IFP will support the report. There is no notable improvement in this department, especially that the Auditor General gave it unqualified audit report. Of course, one would have been happier with a clean report. Among qualifications pointed out by the Auditor General is a number of vacancies and the long duration before such vacancies are filled. The IP shares this concern, and because it leads to delay in the administration of justice. The old adage still holds that justice delayed is justice denied. All departments are expected to embark on transformation. It is accordingly regrettable that transformation in this department is moving very slowly. Although African customary law is entrenched in the Constitution, very little has been done to incorporate it in the common law of the land. Even the bill on the traditional courts has taken more than 10 years to translate into an act of parliament. This is deplorable since many Africans still reside in the rural areas under the jurisdiction of traditional leaders. These residents have never been exposed to the common law, which incorporates only Roman Dutch law and English law. It is therefore necessary for the African customary law to be codified so as to lend clarity to its application. In the country where all African languages are
Thank you very
official
much.
languages.
Your time has expired.
Thank
NFP.
you.
Honorable House Chairperson,
The National Freedom Party supports the report tabled here today. As we note that the Department of Justice and Correctional Services vote has spent 99.1% of the budget allocated for 2015-2016 financial year, which is a commendable increase from the 97.1% in the previous financial cycle. At the same time, the report of the Portfolio Committee also shows that the department has only achieved a disappointing 70% of its strategic and operational goals compared to 85% previously. The National Freedom Party finds it difficult to accept such a mediocre performance from one of cornerstone departments in our democratic government. Whilst we acknowledge that skills were transferred with the creation of Office of the Chief Justice, we are disappointed that the senior management of the department failed to rise to the challenge and that no significant effort was made to fill these critical senior management positions which were created. The Office of the Chief Justice has performed reasonably well and spent 98.9% of its budget, which is encouraging. We are aware that this is a new vote and that teething problems are likely to occur in the beginning stages. But this should not be a reason not to give priority to urgent matters such as increased productivity and result from the Land Claims Court. Finally, we concur with the recommendations contained in both reports. In particular, we strongly support the call of Portfolio Committee to increase funding for Legal Aid South Africa, which has performed well and is providing sound legal service to our people, in particular, the indigent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members and members of the executive. The ANC supports the report of the 3 votes: Office of the Chief Justice, Correctional Services, and Department of Justice. With the Department of Justice being responsible for SIU, Legal Aid South Africa, NPA, South African Human Rights Commission, Public Protector. We do support additional funding for legal aid that has been suggested by the committee, and we continue to encourage the entities of justice to fight corruption. They have always been fighting with the SIU and the proclamation and the NPA in their prosecution and the public protector in the manner in which she actually utilizes her office to protect the public against abuse. In terms of the Office of the Chief Justice, which is now responsible for administration of courts, we are appreciative of the way that the office is actually working and having realized how they have performed in terms of also managing to use entirely their budget in terms of their targets. For the period 2015-2016, for the first time since 1994, the Department of Correctional Services have achieved an unqualified audit outcome. 22 years into democracy, we have finally managed to deal with the mess that was created in the Department of Correctional Services by the apartheid regime. And when you look across the 3 votes, all of the votes have got unqualified audits. And we're not saying they have clean audits, but they have unqualified audits with emphasis of matter, which is actually receiving attention across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The order, honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I now put the questions. Those in favor of the motion being adopted will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Waters?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
The objection of the DA is noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Okay, Honorable Matias, the objection is noted. The secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. We move that the report be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the report be adopted and that declarations requested. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. The BRRR report is very concise and a real reflection of the consultations with the department and its entities. And while over R1 billion in irregular expenditure, astronomical travel costs, and the minister's in New York again as I speak, environments from critical programs to administration is alarming, the recommendations to the minister in the BRRR are clear. However, the DA's major concern is the total lack of information on the SASSA takeover of grants to the 17 million poor and vulnerable South Africans. Apart from 2 lines in the entire report, there is nothing about progress, implementation, budgets, or the meeting of the 7 deliverables in the Concord judgment. The department has once again avoided answering critical and important questions about its arrangement for the payment of grants to millions of South Africans next year when the contractor's term ends. A week before it was due to present a report of critical importance on the distribution of social grants, SASSA has cancelled the presentation to the Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Social Development, despite their promise to provide an intensive and complete report on its plans for the takeover. The latest evasion tactic of pulling out of a long-scheduled commitment to the committee is a disrespectful breach of a serious undertaking. The DA is very concerned that despite repeated assurances from Minister Batabile Dlamini that her department and SASSA are ready to take over the distribution of the grants, they are in fact completely unprepared for this massive task. Avoidance by the department and SASSA is ducking accountability. Do they intend renewing the existing contract with CPS?
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
The DA will fight for clarity on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, BRRR. The Department of Social Development has been nothing short of a monumental failure under the leadership of the renowned Zuma and Gupta stooge. The minister who cries when confronted about her alcohol consumption habits.
Point of order,
Ma'am
Chairperson.
Batabile Dlamini.
Order.
She has-
Honorable Sonti, please take your seat. Honorable.
Rule 82, it's important that the President is appropriately referred to.
The honorable member, the statement that was given doesn't clarify whether they are talking about the president. Continue, Honorable Sonti.
Thank you, Chair. She has not only politicized her department, using government money to mobilize and buy support for the ANC. She has also presided over massive corruption in the department. The tender for the contribution of social grants has been mired in scandal and corruption since 2014. They awarded the tender to Cash Pay Master Services illegally and only re-advertised the tender after the Constitutional Court forced them to. But more horrifying of Mamu Batabile reign of terror has been her complete disregard of the most vulnerable constituency of her portfolio, that of vulnerable women and girl children. She was the first to condemn the women who protested during the local government election result announcement. Rape is a serious issue in this country, and for a minister responsible for social development to be concerned about the lack of security of the president and not with the issue of rape raised by the women smacks of hypocrisy on her part. She is a minister that supports the corruption of our state by the Guptas and their stooge, Mr. Zuma. She is a minister least concerned about the rape culture.
Thank you very much, Honorable
We
Sonti.
cannot trust any
IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the IFP aligns itself with the recommendations of this BRRR report, but allow me to highlight a few areas of concern. There are still no effective measures in place at SASSA and the National Development Agency to prevent irregular, wasteful and fruitless expenditure, nor are there stringent disciplinary processes to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. The department's targets are still not smart, and expenses on travel are alarming. On specific issues, the department is simply not doing enough to facilitate adoptions and to address the backlog in the foster care system. Most children living in poverty still have no access to early childhood development programs, and far too many are still exposed to dangerous living conditions, violence and conflict. This department's lackluster approach to gender-based violence is also unacceptable, and the shortage of social workers remains a crisis. Yet, these are not this department's only failures. Under the leadership of the Minister of Social Development, SASSA is still used as an arm of the ANC's election machinery, as food parcels, blankets and roadshows are strategically rolled out in hotly contested areas. Meanwhile, the department continues to turn a blind eye during this past financial year, while an American company stole money through fraudulent deductions from our social grant recipients, leaving pensioners and children even more vulnerable and without any recourse. And this minister must give us the undertaking that every single cent that was stolen from our vulnerable citizens will be refunded. So far, the Minister of Small and Younger Skeletons have dodged this commitment. Instead, she talks big and doesn't deliver. If only the minister could work as hard as she does when protecting President Zuma, these critical challenges would have been addressed a long time ago. I thank you.
NFP.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. The number of South African households receiving at least one form of social grant rose from 29.9% of the population in 2003 to 44% in 2010. And according to the General Household Survey report from State South Africa, this rose to 45.5% in 2015. And these figures tell a tale of a population becoming increasingly dependent on government for financial survival, and they look to the Department of Social Development to facilitate this assistance. These grants are critical, but as the NFP, we say once again that our people need to be skilled so that they are employable and they are able to create their own jobs, and they must engage in entrepreneurship. The Department of Social Development has spent 99.9% of its budget, but has on average only managed to meet 67% of its social delivery targets. The success rate for the social assistance program, which lie in the core of the department's mandate, is a dismal 50%. The National Freedom Party is dismayed by the poor performance of the department, and in particular, the social assistance program. The problems bedeviling SASSA and the NDA, together with the unacceptable high recurrence of irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure in these entities, is a cause of great concern. We are therefore in agreement with the recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee on Social Development herein, and would urge the department to make every effort possible to implement them. Most importantly, making sure that there are suitably qualified accounting officers and financial managers employed. Finally, the National Freedom Party commends the department for increasing the percentage of social work scholarships. But we want to say to the department, we need to attend to the backlog of placing social work graduates.
Your
The
time
NFP
is up.
supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you, ANC.
Sihlalo wendlu namalungu nozuko lwawo siyabulela ngethuba sifuna ke nokuba siqale sibulele onke abantu abathe bathatha inxaxheba apha ngokwe-political parties zabo sibaqinisekise futhi into okokubana ezi meko bathethe ngazo ikwazezi besithethe ngazo sinethemba ukuba le nkqubo besiyibekile yokuba yonke le micimbi iyawuququnjelwa njani na kuba eminye yayo ayikho ngokwenkqubo kule report siyibekayo yonyaka mali zizinto ezizawungena kunyaka mali olandelayo ndingatsho zihlobo zam ndilandele ngelithi siyababulela babonileyo ukuba eneneni ikati yasuka eziko kuyo yonke into exoxwayo kunjalo nje ibalulekile masincome kodwa urhulumente we-ANC ngokuthi athi rhoqo nangona umnotho welizwe uhlile ayinyuse kodwa eyabo bantu bangathathi ntweni esithi into esiyifunayo kukuba siyazile sonke siyila komiti into yokokuba abangekho udiji wesigxina ukhona ngokuqeshiwe ngokwe-recommendations zenu okwesibini i-NDA ikwazile ukuba mayibe nayo u-CEO oqashiweyo ndithetha nje ukuze zonke izikhalazo nezincomo esinazo zibe nabantu bokuzinonelela kubalulekile nditsho into okokuba zonke iibhodi ebezingekho internal audits members zikhona zizile sithethile nazo sifuna ukuthi u-NDA ngokunjalo sithetha nje unayo inhloko unayo ibhodi ejongene naye sekunjalo sifuna ukuthi xa umthwalo unzima
Sithokoze, mama.
ndifuna nokuthi
Sithokoze.
siyi-ANC siyi-portfolio committee besivumelene ukuba lo
Thank
mcimbi
you
uya
very much.
phambili ndiyabulela.
The motion is that order, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I will put the questions. Order, honorable members. Those in favor of the report being adopted, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Mam Sonti.
And reject mama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I note, Minangzwi. The report has been duly agreed to. The secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Sport and Recreation.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. We again move that the report be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the report be adopted, but we have a request for declarations. GA?
Thanks, Chairperson. The BRRR report reflects a balanced compromise of the contributions of all the parties in the committee. However, that is not the problem. The fundamental problem with the Department of Sports and Recreation is the absence of political leadership in the minister's office. Nobody concedes own goals like the minister, not even a porous backline of a Sunday League amateur football team. The minister's trigger-happy tweeting fingers undo all the solid administrative work of the department and its officials. When he's not trolling our national sports teams, he's bullying our athletes instead of delivering on his promises. The minister doesn't care about the best interests of our athletes. If he really cared about them, as he pretends to sometimes, it wouldn't have taken him more than 5 months to pay bonuses he promised to this year's top 3 local finishers in the Comrades Marathon. If he really cared about our athletes, he wouldn't promise our Olympic and Paralympic medalist bonuses without first securing the funding and then throwing excuses about the lack of available funds when they demand their payments. What he really cares about are media hits retweets, and the number of social media followers who only follow him for comical entertainment. Such is the pomposity of the minister that he has a full-time official photographer to immortalize his gimmicks, and we have no time for gimmicks. Thank you, Chairperson.
EFF, thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise on a point of order for the speaker that has just left the podium on Rule 82, that his utterances are actually impinged on the dignity of the minister. When he talks about his gimmicks and things, it's not the right language. And it also borders on Rule 85, on Rule 85 too. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, that is noted, and we can ask the table to look into that. Let's listen to that. I didn't hear that
my
part.
time there. My time there.
No, your screen is very clean, Mr.
There's
Motecha.
nothing there.
It will come when you start speaking. Honorable
Sorry, House
Motecha,
Chair.
if I'm correct,
Muteka.
if I'm correct, Honorable Motecha, am I correct? It's your time.
You are wrong. I'm Muteka.
Muteka,
Yes.
it's your time.
As EFF, we reject the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report. Going to Rio, SASCO was allocated more than 17 million by SRSA, but their total expenditure was about 42 million. They failed to explain where the extra money was coming from. Going to Rio again, the SASCO preferred Chinese company to make that ugly uniform for our athletes in the expense of the local textile companies that are suffering and our people are losing jobs. Sales is not improving for a period of 3 years now, as per Auditor General's report. And they are repeating the same findings for the whole 3 years. That means they are not learning from their history. The fluctuating, fruitless, wasteful expenditure by Boxing South Africa and SRSA from 2013 to 2016 is a worrying factor, and it shows that our officials are irresponsible. Generally, irregular expenditure rose from 2 million to 9 million between 2013 and 2016, and that is an irresponsible officials and the Minister of Twitter, Rasmatas, who must fall. Remember, this minister is the first one who was captured and the first appointee of the Guptas, so he must fall. That was through his confession. So Rasmatas must fall.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you. We reject it.
IFP? Honorable members, order. Can we please observe Rule 65? Please.
Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP supports the BRRR report. Transformation in sport has been issued of ongoing contention since our transition to democracy in 1994 is progressive fast too slow. The quota system is failing. It is higher time that a new model for transformation in sport is developed. A ground-up rather than a top-down approach is what is required. Infrastructure that promotes nature and develop junior sport levels through the country is what is needed. Recently, Minister of Sport and Recreation, the Honorable Mbawulula, rewarded the Mamelodi Sundowns with 700,000 after their winning of CAF Champions League trophy, which we heartily applaud Sundowns on their outstanding achievement. We feel that 700,000 could have been far better employed in building of junior football playing ground in our rural areas and schools. Sport talent must be nurtured from a young age, and then sport transformation will be naturally occurred. The best of a generation will naturally rise to the top, but this entails a commitment from the department to ensure that sport facilities, equipment, and coaches are available, accessible through the country, and especially in our schools in both rural and urban areas. Honorable Chairperson, if the Department of Sport and Recreation and the Department of Basic Education fail to implement the sporting code in our schools, how do we expect to see a real transformation, especially in our rural areas? Boxing in South Africa remains in dire straits. The Honorable Minister can attend lavish international boxing matches overseas, but cannot find budget to support local boxing clubs such as Golden Gloves Boxing Club in Johannesburg, which is in dire need of requirement. Honorable Minister, you need to stop being a celebrity. Roll up your sleeves and get to work in transformation sport in South Africa. I thank you.
UDM, thank you.
We support the report as the UDM. The Department has failed to report on the progress made on social cohesion, if there is any. We wish to get a comprehensive report on this matter. It is important to do so that as a nation, we're able to give meaning to the programs and resources under the control of this department. There is an absolute silence on the supposedly improved socio-economic status of the participants and beneficiaries of the department's social spending. The department should not be a mere conveyor belt of public funds, but must make concrete impact that will change the daily lives of the ordinary citizens it is intended to benefit. The eminent persons group is not sufficiently resourced to carry out its mandate, critical as it is in the context of the transformation agenda that the department is supposed to lead. Whilst the 300 million grant is much appreciated, failure by municipalities and provincial government departments to budget for sport means that neither of the two spheres assumes the responsibility for maintenance of sport infrastructure, especially in the smaller municipalities. Here's a point. The equitable share system of allocating funds is a blatant form of discrimination, which is an affront to our constitution. Smaller provinces get less assistance for sport development programs. This effectively undermines the transformation of society. Still, a larger number of schools in poor communities have no sports facilities, and teachers lack sporting skills. Situation creates a vicious circle for students who cannot, therefore, participate in sporting activities. We support the report and hope that the department will, as it considers many other views, take into consideration the issues that we are raising. South Africa effectively has no laboratory for doping. It relies on help from Europe for tests. This is a serious gap in our sporting armory. This is an indictment for our sport fraternity, and it impacts negatively in our endeavor to promote sportsmen of international standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, please. Let's all observe Rule 6.5. It is about conversing aloud. I can hardly hear the speakers on the podium, please. Continue, NFP.
House Chair, sport is a social unifier, and the Department of Sport and Recreation has the potential to play a significant role in fostering social cohesion in South Africa if it is well managed and goal-oriented. The National Freedom Party commends the department on its clean audit for the third consecutive year and notes that the department has spent 99.9% of its allocated budget. However, the department has met only 79% of its fiscal performance targets, which is significantly lower than 91% in the previous financial year. Such a lackluster performance does not inspire confidence. Amongst the myriad of problems besetting the department, one stands out as of great concern to the National Freedom Party. The Active Nation program has only achieved 60% of its target, largely due to the reduced number of participants in school sport program. Compounding this sorry state of affairs is the fact that there is no memorandum of understanding in place with the Department of Basic Education on school sport. Chairperson, our schools are disparate for sports facilities. It is heartbreaking to see rural children playing on makeshift improvised football fields with plastic shopping bags rolled into a ball as cement brick blocks as goalpost indicators. If only the department could match their enthusiasm in innovation and love for sport, we would indeed be a winning nation. Sadly, this is not happening. In conclusion, House Chairperson, despite our concerns, we support the report that is tabled here today. I thank you.
Thank you. AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. This department, through its Director General, must make it a point that many people do participate in sport and recreation, and also encourage the existence of social cohesion and nation building. It is this department is for peace and love. Of course, now there are no enemies in sport and recreation, only friends. As a committee, we received this report from the department and its entities. We deliberated on it and came up with recommendations. We therefore tabled this report for adoption by this House. We are, however, aware of some challenges in the department, but in general, the department is doing well. One of the challenges is that this department depends on provinces and in entities in order to perform. It is because most of the funds now are transferred to provinces and some in entities. Therefore, the department now is expecting now that the province should perform first and these entities for the department to do well. We have noted the irregular expenditure on the part of Boxing SA and SAIS. In order to prevent this from happening again, there should be proper monitoring controls for compliance with procurement processes. According to our observations, there are two technical challenges facing this department. One of these is the lack of capacity in conducting a facility count. Both provincial and national departments do not have that capacity, and it will take 7 years now to finish. Another technical issue is the lack of proper reporting system on the predetermined objectives. These challenges need urgent attention. There are other issues that the department needs to iron out. However, it is pleasing to
Thank you
note
very
that
much.
this department.
Your time.
Thank
has
you
gone.
very much.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress support the report because of the following. The clean audit achieved by the department for the third time in a row, and that the department has spent about 99% of its allocation with about 79% performance, largely because of spending by provinces, an area that we will be focusing on together with the National Council of Provinces. Boxing South Africa has improved, although it has still received a qualified report with 23 findings, of which the action plan is being monitored closely by the Portfolio Committee. The South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport received an unqualified audit with the procurement issues being highlighted by the AG, of which the action plan again is being monitored by ourselves. Areas of concern which will be monitored closely by ourselves are the following: transformation. The Imminent Persons Group has provided the department with the baseline of transformation within South Africa. 5 big federations have signed their scorecards, and 11 more federations are yet to sign. We are happy that the minister has sanctioned 4 federations for not meeting transformation targets. On the municipal infrastructure grant, through the intervention of the Sport and Recreation Portfolio Committee and the department, 300 million has been set aside to build 30 sport facilities across the country. And this will be the area that we'll be focusing, because if these 30 facilities can be built and 300 million is spent, it means we'll be in a position to can make the case that that should be the way forward. Our last concern is... Thank you very much. We support the report.
Thank you. The motion, order, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I put the question. Order, members. Those in favor of the adoption of the report will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Muteka?
Raichula, Mama.
Re a leboga, but report yona e dumetšwe, re tla e ngwala. I now ask the secretary to read the 7th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises.
I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
We move for the adoption of the report, House Chair.
The motion is that the report be adopted, though we have requests for declarations. DA?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Last Tuesday, following a court order, South Africa was finally allowed to read the Public Protector's report entitled State of Capture. Another title could have well been State of Capture of Public Enterprises. Of grave concern was the fact that Transnet, Denel and Eskom were all referred to in the document. Even more worrying was the fact that Minister Brown was also implicated in the report. How disgraceful. The Minister of the committee that actually oversees the very companies that belong to South Africans,
Honourable Chairperson.
you and I.
I rise on a point of order.
Order, Honorable Matsoni. Honorable member.
I rise on a point of order in accordance with Rule 89 of Sub Judice. The matter of the state capture report is a matter that is still being looked into. And we are not in the process of discussing that matter yet unless you want to influence the public.
Oh, thank you very much.
House Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I am advised that that report is not sub judice, so there is no point of order.
House Chairperson. I would like to take a point of order with you, because the honourable member has become
on what rule?
A one-trick member, a one-trick member in the House.
Thank you.
And if she continues to harass members of the opposition with frivolous points of order, her last 5 have not been sustained. She is deliberately attempting to disrupt opposition members and abusing points of order.
Honourable members, let us get our rules correct. Let us get our facts correct. Thank you. Continue, Honourable Mazzoni.
Thank you, House Chair Barato. Let me say that again. The minister who oversees the committee that looks after the companies that you and I, as South Africans, actually own, is implicated in the State of Capture report. There might have been no load shedding this year, but the Department of Public Enterprises, as well as its portfolio committee, are certainly in the dark. This BRRR report was compiled and approved without consultation, before all entities had been scrutinized and without the minister even bothering to address the committee. Treasury was supposed to meet with the committee together with Denel to explain the Denel Asia fiasco. This has yet to happen. The minister should have addressed the committee today regarding state capture. I guess she must have got a little bit sidetracked at the Saxon World Shebeen because she hasn't come either. Now you see, it's not that I'm unreasonable. If Mr. Brian Malefi will just send me the address to the Shebeen, I'm happy to go there. All I want is to hear the truth. The truth, House Chairperson. That is all we want. And until we get it, the DA will not support this BRRR report. Not on our watch.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, do you know that the ANC has no bounds for looting? And it's to an extent that today is by-elections, and the ANC is using police vehicles to bus in members to go and vote. No, and it's true. No bounds for looting. And obviously our state enterprises, your corrupt president with his Gupta buddies have their eyes set on and hell-bent of corrupting our state-owned enterprises. So given the root and the corruption facilitated by the hand-picked board members and CEOs of state-owned entities, the committee should be making the following non-negotiable recommendations. Number one, the committee must recommend that all state-owned entity boards be dissolved, particularly Eskom and Transnet, with immediate effect. And also investigate the circumstances under which the previous boards were dissolved and how it adversely affected the governance in our state-owned entities. Number two, the committee must recommend that all contracts under the department signed in the last 5 years be referred to the SIU, the Chief Procurement Officer, and the Financial Intelligence Center for investigation. Particularly those contracts that are signed by the disgraced ANC president and his son and those corrupt Gupta associates. Number three, the committee must recommend a full investigation into the appointment of all senior management employed in state-owned entities in the last 5 years, and all those acting positions, acting CEOs, acting CFOs. As our chief whip says, it's like we've got generations going on. Number eight, also investigate the circumstances under which previous CEOs have been dismissed and removed from their positions.
Dank u,
Number four, the committee must recommend that all CSOs under the department must be moved to line functions.
IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP supports the recommendations contained in the BRRR. However, having said that, one begins to continually question the need for the existence of the Department of Public Enterprises. Oversight by the Department of SOEs is far from desirable. The arm's length relations between the Minister, the Department, and the boards are issues I have raised before. The Department has failed to intervene when things are going wrong. It is time the SOEs for which the Department has oversight fall directly under the line function departments. With reference to the Eskom board, in the State of Capture report, which is a public report, I might say, Honourable Member from the ANC, the former public protector states, and I quote, "It appears that the board at Eskom was improperly appointed and not in line with the spirit of the King 3 report on good corporate governance." I continue, a board is expected to act in the best interests of the Republic of South Africa at all times, and it appears that the board may have failed to do so. I continue to quote, "It appears as though no action was taken on the part of the Minister to prevent these apparent conflicts," close quote. Honourable Chairperson, these findings by the former public protector are matters of concern. More than that, enough prima facie evidence exists, we believe, in the State of the Capture report to suggest that, and I quote again, "The Eskom board does not appear to have exercised a duty of care or acted which may constitute a violation of Section 50 of the PFMA. We do, however, appreciate that notice has been given that there will be a review of the State of the Capture report. But whatever the outcome is, it points to all not being well in the oversight of SOEs. It is incumbent, therefore, while these contestations are taking place, that the President appoint an urgent commission of inquiry to examine all these corrupt activities. Thank you.
NFP.
Chairperson, the primary mandate of the Department of Public Enterprises is to manage the state shareholding in the state-owned companies and to support and promote economic efficiency within each of the state-owned companies. The department received an unqualified audit opinion with the findings and has spent 99.8% of its budget. However, the department only achieved 84.6% of its target, it has said. We ask how it is possible that the department can be expected to provide guidance to state-owned companies on good governance if it cannot get its own house in order. The National Freedom Party is concerned by the fact that many of the department's targets have been shifted to future years, and the delays caused by this shift could have severe consequences on the developmental goals of the state-owned companies. We also share the concern of the Portfolio Committee that if the department fails to provide guiding frameworks for the state-owned companies to work within, they will continue to operate in uncertain environment. We also note that the department has managed to make what the Portfolio Committee refers to as substantial progress during the 2015-2016 financial year and has been able to establish the boards of Alesco, Daniel, Safcol, and ESCOM. Perhaps we will be remiss if we fail to extend our dismay to the influence of the Guptas who had seemingly managed to capture one or two of these boards. To conclude, despite our concern, the National Freedom Party support the report. I thank you.
Thokoze, ANC.
Chairperson, thank you very much. On behalf of the African National Congress, we support the BRRR report for the following reasons. During this process, the committee interacted with the Auditor General's Office. We also interacted with the Department itself of Public Enterprises and the big entities, your ESCOM, your Transnet, and Denel, and we couldn't do others because of time constraints. However, the report covers the financial and operational performance of all the entities, Honorable Mazzoni. However, we are deeply concerned as a committee about the challenges facing the department and the state-owned enterprises. And what is more disheartening, Honorable Chair, are the allegations in the public domain. We will wait for the due processes before we can point fingers to unfold, but at the same time, we will robustly do our oversight and hold them accountable. We believe that the governance and legislative shortcomings in this state-owned enterprises, Honorable Chair, impedes the social and economic transformation agenda, which must create a conducive environment for development. We also have a concern that these impediments create a conducive environment for corruption and maladministration, in particular in these big entities. We are also concerned, but we reaffirm the strategic role of the state-owned companies as a catalyst for economic growth and the key drivers for socio-economic development or transformation. These companies continue to leverage the state and the economy and have enabled us to navigate through the global economic crisis. We dare stand by and watch as the global... Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, order, I will put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called, we will ring the bells for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their votes by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the report be adopted. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all the members voted? Thank you. The session is now closed. Thank you very much. The results are as follows. Abstainers, 0. No, 78. Yes, 173. The report is agreed to. I will order, honorable members, I will now ask the secretary to read the 8th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform.
Honorable members, please. Order. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chair, again, we request that the House adopt this last order of the day.
I never said it was the last. Anyway, declaration have been requested. GA?
Chair, the Democratic Alliance will support this report as a reasonable reflection of the committee's work, and it does not shy away from pointing out fundamental flaws of this department. We also believe its critique reflects the values dear to our party, namely freedom, fairness, and opportunity. In this vein, the report shows up many factors that prevent South Africans, especially the poor, from experiencing land reform as an opportunity rather than the bungle it currently is. This report shows how the government's inability to monitor progress and assess impact against clearly defined goals is still a problem 22 years into a new democracy. It simply dumps money into the projects with the intended beneficiaries the last to benefit, taking away opportunity from those who should benefit. This report shows how different government departments dramatically fail to cooperate to make lawful and constitutionally sanctioned land reform work. It is clear that each relevant government department runs its own fiefdom, benefiting a few tenderpreneur parasites circling its projects rather than the intended beneficiaries. It shows how the ANC lied to South Africans when it reopened land claims, deliberately rushing through legislation as an election lie, revealed by the fact that this government did not even budget for it properly. It shows how the department fails to ensure the poor actually owns its own land. This department is the burglar at night, taking away the poor's most prized asset, opportunities to be no longer poor.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair, in the light of scandalous and disastrous land reform failures of the ANC, characterized by corruption, wasteful, fruitless expenditure, government inexcusable failures to bring currently unutilized land into full production to stimulate food production and agricultural output, explain soaring levels of rural poverty and youth unemployment. In the era of increased class collaboration between an anti-black regime of the ANC and a white liberal assault on the poor and landless African majority who are dispossessed of land in the era of renewed white supremacist and fascist ideological offensive against the call for the return of the land and the restoration of human dignity of the Africans. The EFF reminds all and sundry that the central pillar of the EFF is and will remain expropriation of land without compensation. For as long as government policy on land ownership is characterized by capitalist outlook, logic, and free market fundamentalism to appease the current landowners and victimize and exploit farm workers and farm dwellers who continue to struggle to secure tenure, the economic freedom fighters will continue to lead the masses of our people for occupation of land for wherever people chooses to do so. In defense of the Freedom Charter, particularly its radical interpretation, we shall march in the vanguard as Mzala Ngumalo urges us to fight on. We call on ANC government.
Thank you very much.
The new liberal
IFP
position on land and economic freedom fighters. Budget reform.
IFP, Nkosi Tebekhulu.
Thank you, House Chair. Land restoration and its associated and numerous challenges remain a key task for this department. The simple fact is that there is insufficient budget to satisfy land restitution payment in this country. On top of that, you have to factor in the rampant corruption and greed of the politically well-connected. Many farms are being sold to government at twice their market value, and this is crippling the budget available for restitution claims. Coupled together with this are farms that are unproductive, farms which the department purchased for new entrants to the commercial farming market. The people on whose behalf they were purchased, who were working as employees of these farms before, are now jobless. Revitalization of these farms and skills transfer and development must be prioritized. Provision of settlement support to beneficiaries at sugarcane farms is moving at a snail's pace. Arable land must be fenced off and assistance in respect of machinery for use in the plowing of land made available to the communities. The IFP supports the Portfolio Committee recommendation that the national survey be conducted of all farms acquired through the land reform program from 1994 to date. The IFP supports the recommendation. Thank you.
Sithokoze. Ngibawe futhi kumalunga ahloniphekileko wendlu. Ngiyanibawa. Keniyehliseni kancane. NFP umsindo ngiyabawa.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable members, rural development is necessary to stem the tide of urbanization in South Africa. And land reform is of crucial importance if the desperate land hunger of our people is to be satisfied. On both these issues, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has not done well, and we give it a red card. The rapid rise in informal settlements, mushrooming in all our metropolitan municipalities, is a monumental blot on the name of the department. And the fact that the land claims submitted before 1998 have still not been finalized is an outrage against those who have suffered past indignity of land dispossession. Coupled with the slack approach by the department on several key issues of legislation that will address land use issues, the department is failing in its key mandate to promote comprehensive rural development and land reform. The report tabled by the Portfolio Committee here today confirms the bleak and the gloomy affairs in this department. Having spent 99% of the funds budgeted for, the department has barely managed to achieve 71% of its target rate. The worst performing service delivery program of the department is the land reform program, where despite 100% of its budget, a mere 62% of the targets were achieved. The National Freedom Party believes that this lack of performance in land reform is not only shame, it's also dangerous. The hunger for land, a desire for addressing past unjust land disposition, and the desperate need for access to land to ensure subsistence, food security, and entrance into agribusiness is a powder keg waiting to erupt. South Africa deserves better than what the department is delivering, and the National Freedom Party urges the department and senior management for the department to pay close attention to the recommendations contained herein. Land reform, rural development close to us, we support the budget.
Thokoze, UGM.
Well, to support the report and the budget, the department seriously lacks capacity and has actually admitted as recently as last week that its personnel is unable to train members of the community property associations. A rather scary reason was submitted that these committees need to be educated first, so that the highly learned officials of the department then can be able to teach them how to till land. What a shame. Whilst the department failed to achieve its targets on a number of hectares to be acquired, those already acquired still do not have title deeds to their new beneficiaries. Strategic importance of title deed does not need any further emphasis. The department must simply deliver on its mandate. Remember, this is the department that is supposed to reverse the legacy of colonialism. Smallholders are by their nature exposed to challenges of inability to rise and sustain themselves without external support. Therefore, the poor performance by the department with regard to recapitalization program hits hard on the intended primary beneficiaries of this program. If the government departments were working together at all times and as required, the cost of outsourcing research work done by the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights could have been mitigated. The Agricultural Research Council would have come in handy with such expertise, most probably at lesser cost and quicker turnaround time. Major projects in the Eastern Cape are stalled due to lack of skills or at most due to the appointment of underqualified managers who are unable to monitor service delivery. Appointment of personnel with no requisite appropriate skills results in wasteful expenditure of the scarce resources, whilst people remain locked in a vicious circle of poverty. We cannot overemphasize the need for livelihood, impact, and sustainability reports on all key programs of the department that defines the constitutional mandate of the department. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform considered the report on the performance of the department. The Office of the Auditor General presented the audit findings. The FFC presented its report and recommendations which I have made to Treasury. After consideration of the report of the department, the committee noted that the performance of the department has improved compared to previous years. The department has implemented some of the previous BRR resolutions adopted by the House, and some are in the process of implementation. The department has been able to fill strategic positions such as the one of the CFO, which has a positive impact in the financial management. The department has obtained the unqualified report for consecutive years, which reduces matters of emphasis to be attended to. The agricultural land holding has got a clean audit report. We support the idea of the recap to be transferred to DAF to avoid duplications. The committee has made the following recommendations: that the filling of the vacant positions be done on time. All unoccupied land bought through PLUS by the department must be allocated to the needy people, which mostly are farmers. The department, through the commission, must fast-track the research of the lodged claims and strengthen the monitoring of service providers who have been appointed to do the research work, and ensures that the research reports are submitted on time so that they can be able to finalize the claims which have been lodged by the 31st of December 1998. They must come out with a clear roadmap that leads to the autonomy of the restitution. There's a need for the department to improve on the information technology. Immediate actions must be taken to address the House resolutions and the recommendations made by the Office of the Auditor General. The accounting officer to ensure compliance on legislations and hold officials accountable.
Thokozile.
Thank you very much. The ANC support this report.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Oh,
Madam Chair, please note the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
thank you very much. That will be noted. Honorable members, thank you very much. We are done for the day. That concludes the business and the House's agenda.